Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado, unido su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Yo. Hold on, let me close this. All right, here we go. Back to the yo.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Oh, this guy.
MESHIACHA.
That's who you guys are. The anointed. This is what they want, family. This is what they want. This is what they want. Let's begin this session. Listen, since a lot of us here that follow this channel don't, celebrate certain things, I'm going to play a lot of videos today. Okay. Some from old that you guys haven't seen, some that were blocked, that were trimmed out. So hopefully, it'll be edifying. Good to have you here, brother. What up? Welcome. Sugar 777. Sugar 777. Or 777. Anyways, look, I've always said, fam, they're not interested in your tacos, tortillas, and shit, your sandalias, mariachi, banda music. They don't, not even the women. They want the prophecy that deals with you. So let's begin.
Boker Tov Chavrim, I'm Stephen Benoon. You're watching Israeli News Live, and this morning, guys, we saw an incredible story on breaking Israel news, and that is that they have discovered the oldest 10 commandments written in Paleo Hebrew on a stone, a huge, I think it's an 80-ton stone, if I'm not mistaken, on the size of that, found in New Mexico, of all places. Now, Paleo Hebrew, guys, has been out of use for some maybe 500 years before the modern era, the coming of Christ. And so for a paleo stone, a stone to be found with paleo, the 10 commandments of the Paleo Hebrew to be found inside of New Mexico lets us know that there is a lot of truth that yes, indeed, there is a relationship between the Native Americans and the house of Israel in exile. So I just think it's fascinating. I know that there was a lot of belief that there are DNA references to, or not DNA, but so much as, I think a small DNA portion of the Jewish people related to the Cherokee Indians, but also there's been other artifacts found among the Cherokee Indians. So now in New Mexico, so we can see the house of Israel has certainly been scattered to the four winds of the earth as the prophecy was stated. I'm Steve.
Chief Joseph, he was, I believe, probably, other than the Seminole, probably one of the last Native American chiefs to succumb to the U.S. government and surrender. I believe he was taken hostage, it was either Wyoming or Montana territory, almost got to the Canadian line to cross over. Somewhere in that area, they put him back to a fort, they bottled him up, and they decided to put him on a reservation. Well, during all this hubbub return, he, like most chiefs, wore a medicine bag around his neck. It was very, very normal. Nothing real big, but it was around his neck, this little leather pouch. One of the soldiers took that away from him. And inside the bag, there's a lot of stuff, but the one thing that was really unusual, a little 1-inch by 1-inch clay square, and it had lettering on it. And the lettering happened to be cuneiform. Now, cuneiform was in full usage around 3000 BC in the Fertile Crescent. Hittites used it, the Babylonians used it, the Akkadians used it, the Sumerians used it, and the Hebrews knew how to use it because that was the language of the day if you want to do business. So the first question is, what is an Indian in North America doing with a little square cuneiform tablet in his medicine pouch? Well, asking him what this was, and he repeated, "This is something from my ancient ancestors, and that's why I hold it dear." And they asked him, "Can you read it?" And he said, "No." "So you don't know what it says?" He says, "No, I don't know what it says." That cuneiform tablet is at West Point today. You can go there and see it. Now, I've been there twice. First time it was on display. The second time it had been removed. And if you ask for it, and if the curator of the day is in a good mood, he'll let you see it. Sometimes, that happens. They say, "I'm too busy," and they won't pull it out. But they do have it. So it still exists, thank goodness. Now, what's interesting, it was translated. And I don't have the actual translation here to read to you, but it was a bill of sale, or like a receipt for sheep or goats, or both. And it took place around 2040 BC. And they mention Ur. It mentions the Babylonians. I mean, this is wild. And then in 1963, Mrs. Hearn, she's near Columbus, Georgia. I don't remember the exact town she was in. Old lady out doing her garden. And lo and behold, up turns a little square cuneiform tablet. Well, it got passed along to the proper authorities, and it too is a receipt for sheep or goats, and it dates at 2042 BC, cuneiform. All this has been, the transcribing and the interpretation, all done by professional academics in the universities. So how do you explain that? I don't know what to say, but there it is. It's here in North America, and it's not supposed to be here, but yet it's here.
There. Right there. So we're going to be covering a lot today, family. I was planning on doing this class today, I may not, because this one needs full attention. And we went 6 hours yesterday. I did some work early today. I kind of want to relax, to be honest with you. You know, I'm not like fully energized. But I think that since a lot of us are, you know, having to take the day off because of the imaginary holidays or imaginary New Year, you know, might as well take advantage of today. So please subscribe, like, share, post, comment. The more y'all share, the more algorithm will increase. Do you know what I'm saying? I said, oh, wait, what's up, brother? Good to have you here, bro. Chúbale, Hugo. What's up, bro? Shalom. All right, fam. So let's get going. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be tackling this whole nonsense of Seminole Indians in Florida. Okay, so you'll see this topic coming up: unboxing the Negroes, quote unquote, Seminole West Africa. Oh, I've misspelled it. Africans. yeah, I didn't do it right. But anyways, we're going to be tackling that, fam. We're going to be tackling that. I think that's important. I think it's about time we give it some how can I say it, some attention, and then we can debunk the funk, because obviously it's very clear to us that if there were such thing as Black Seminole Indians, they were either through rape of the mother, through slavery, or something else. But I will call it more likely, I'll call it Negro conquistadors equals Black Seminole Indians, or some shit like that. I'll come up with it, but let's go. All right, let me try to figure this out. Hold on a second. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Yo. All right, check it. I got some videos to show you. We're gonna get into this quickly again. I'm gonna cover some Hebrew stuff. So you that don't subscribe to that shit, you know, well, that's what you're gonna hear today. I'm gonna bring out some other stuff in the past too, so bear with me. I will say this: the reason why I title this "What It Is" because I keep hearing people say $5 Indians. Now I knew that referenced Gringolandia and shit. But now they're using it to our people. So I want to remind you, you $5 Negroes, you need to stop doing that shit. Or it's going to be like this. And we're finding out that you don't like the get back. You know what I'm saying? You don't like the get back. I mean, come on, man. Fuck you mean $5 shit. You believe in science? Fine. Bring out the DNA and we'll prove it. Oh, that's right. You don't. Only when it's convenient. Here we go again.
But there's a hidden scam that erased Black Native Americans from history. The $5 Indian. After slavery, the U.S. government promised land and resources to slavery. The U.S. government, after $5 Indian. After the $5 Indian. After the $5 Indian.
You've been getting away with that shit for a while. And it's like, for real? Well, you guys didn't realize the title and shit? A bunch of people left. Like, for real, man. You saying this is your people? I was looking at my, because, you know, with Raza, we keep, like, books of pictures, like, you know, from, like, a long time ago and shit. So my wife was bringing them out, and I was looking at some of them, and I saw my grandma, my mom's mom, right, at like 95 years old. They took a picture of her, man. She don't look much different than this. Obviously, the headship is a little different, but the nose is the same, the cheekbones, the lips, like, what the fuck? What's going on? Let's go.
They don't talk about it, but there's a hidden scam that erased Black Native Americans from history. The $5 Indian. After slavery, the U.S. government promised land and resources to Native Americans. But here's the twist. White people found a loophole. For just $5, they could pay to have their names added to Native American tribal rolls, claiming Native heritage and stealing land that was meant for the real indigenous people.
All right, so when the fuck did our gente, right, the natives here, the Mexicas, when did they have that kind of money to buy that kind of fucking land? You know what I mean? Here's what I think it is.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
You want payday. You don't care about the heritage. You want payday. Slithering bastards, bro. $5 Negroes. And this goes pertaining to you specifically. Not every single one. If this is not your genre, if you don't believe in this, I ain't talking to you. I'm answering back to this bullshit. Because enough is enough, man. I understand you call the gringo the $5 Indian. Yeah, because that's what they did. They paid their way in. But then to say that we did that shit, what fucking power did we have? Our gente didn't even, most of our people didn't even know how to read and write.
There's a hidden scam that erased black Native Americans from history. The $5 Indian. After slavery, the U.S. government promised land and resources to Native Americans. But here's the twist. White people found a loophole. For just $5, they could pay to have their names added to Native American tribal rolls, claiming Native heritage and stealing land that was meant for the real indigenous people. And black natives, who had been part of these tribes for generations, were erased from the history books. This scam allowed white people to claim land and benefits they didn't deserve, while black natives were pushed out and denied recognition. To this day, some tribes still refuse to honor their black members.
Yeah, it's really wonderful for them and shit. They think that by creativity is gonna fucking change facts. Like, nah, fuck no.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
Fuck the fuck no. Like, I was chatting with this sis not too long ago, and she's like, man, I hate, the way I hate feeling this way, and I basically told her, you hate their envy. Like, it's the enemy's envy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand. How can you not be proud of your shit? I don't get it. How can you not be proud of your shit? Why do you envy our shit? Like, like a not know anything kind of guy, I would be thinking that. And now that I know, obviously I have a very good foundation and understanding of our history and why I do believe that they want payday, but at the same time, they want to fit those curses of the Bible, family. That's really it. It ain't really about your feathers. They want to fit those curses. So let's begin with the class, man. We're going to go deep on this. All right, so take notes. 1, 2, 3. Yo, shalom, fam. For you that are here live with me, or you that will be listening to this later on, appreciate you guys being here today. It's very obvious what the title is. I don't think I need to get into it. The scriptures say, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." And I'm not doing that. Everything I always do in this channel, I prove it. So we're going to let the scriptures talk, and we're going to see their actions speak for themselves. As you know, in this channel, we have been growing tremendously, and I mean it in a very spiritual way, because it doesn't matter how many people understand, keep the commandments, and try. It doesn't matter, because what really matters is the quality, the application that you guys are going through to accomplish that. That's what I look at. And here, I think from what I'm experiencing, talking to brothers, it's happening. All praises to the Most High God for that. So I want to first of all thank the Most High for allowing us to continue to have this channel. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, you know what's so funny, fam? There was about, I guess, 3 people waiting, and as soon as I started talking, 1 left. Bro, do I have bad breath? I brushed my teeth. Damn, man. Believe it. You're impatient, brothers. All right, well, listen. I got a lot to go over today. I always try to say I'm trying to go fast and trying to finish this, man. I'll do some reading, but I think a lot of it is going to be video. And I'm going to reference some books. I'll read some others as well. I want to remind you guys that there is such a thing as Like identifying false prophets, false teachers, or even false prophecies. So let's begin. All right. Let's see here. And shalom again. Let me know who's here, because I am going to put the link up. All right. So just let me know who's here. So let me get into it. All right. Let's start off with Isaiah chapter 26. Sorry, 29. Excuse me. I don't know why I said 26, man. I'm seeing things upside down. Let's begin. Let's get to it. It says here, thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder and with earthquakes and great noise, with storm and tempest and the flames of devouring fire. All right. So we are going to be visited in this way. We will, like scriptures say, when the fig tree, that the summer is nigh, earthquakes and all kinds of things, you'll be given kind of saying hints. All right. Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder and with earthquakes, I apologize, and great noise with storm and tempest and the flame of devouring fire, and the multitude of all the nations that fight against Ariel, even all that fight against her and her munition, and that distress her, shall be as a dream of a night vision. For example, verse 8, it shall be as when a hungry man dreameth, and behold, he eateth, but he waketh, and the soul is empty. You guys know what that means. Those dreams where you're like, oh my God, I'm there, and you're enjoying it. Next, you wake up and you're not there at all. It was just a dream. Or when a thirsty man dreameth, and behold, he drinketh, but when he awaketh, and behold, he is faint. And his soul hath appetite. So shall be the multitude of all the nations be that fight against Zion. Then it says here, all right, let's continue with the reading. We're going to go to verse 11. It says, stay yourselves and wonder, cry ye out, cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For the Lord hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, have he covered. The visions of all, keep that in mind, the visions of all is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed. So as you can see here, there will be deep sleep, and the visions of some of these fake ass prophets, excuse that I'm saying that, are going to be prophesying based on a sealed book that it's not out of the Bible, which men delivered to you one that is learned, like what we were doing, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. Well, they didn't tell us that. So now, I want to remind you guys of something, okay? I want to remind you of these two topics here. The vision of all and the words of a book that is sealed. Okay? So just remember those two things. So let's continue. The book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learned. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. In case you guys don't realize, the chapter before, okay, this whole thing about precept upon precept, right? Who shall teach knowledge? Whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Right? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here little and there little. So check this out. There is a proper way to teach. But you guys just need to read a little bit down too. It says here, to whom he said, verse 12, this is the rest wherewith ye may cause to rest. Let me go in this translation here, so you guys can get it. Verse 12, he offered rest and comfort to all of you, but you refuse to listen to him. That is why the Lord is going to teach you letter by letter, line by line, lesson by lesson, that you will stumble with every step to take. You will be wounded, trapped, and taken prisoner. Now, why is that scary? Now, I don't know why you guys are just walking over these things. You that are in these schools, and you brothers, this is really mostly for you guys that are not in these schools. But I'm gonna use everything that they do, every action that they commit, and we're gonna put it to test. All right. So here again, so there is a process or a proper way to teach. And there will be people that will use the same technique because the Most High allows it. They will be for those to be broken, snared, meaning trapped, and destroyed. So when you read those things, you should really pay attention to what it's actually saying. Verse 14, wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men, that rule this people which is in Jerusalem. And I'm going to tell you something, fam. Jerusalem is a people first before it's a country. I'm going to tell you that right now. All right, so let's continue. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourges shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves. And a lot of you guys are really believing this stuff that they're teaching. A lot of you guys are hiding under falsehood. A lot of you guys are saying, I can't wait to go home, Ak. We almost home, man. We almost out of here, Ak. Shalom. Yeah, the F with you nations. Putting feet on people's faces as if you're going to make it. As if you're going to make it. This is why that the gentleman that I used the video, the African-American dude, and he's like, we don't show no royalty. We don't have any sense of it whatsoever. Whatsoever. Sure. Oh, man. Well, let's continue. Because we have enough biblical proof now that exposes these demons by the way they teach and by what they say. So let's go to Jeremiah 27. Watch this. I'm going to read it. Let me see how it says it in this translation. Do not listen to property say. Yeah, let's read it like this. It says here. So I don't have to translate it or interpolate. Interpolate. It's a famous Canaanite word. Let's go. Jeremiah 27:9. It says, do not listen to your prophets or to those who claim they can predict the future. Excuse me? Excuse me? Yes. It says, do not listen to your... Hold on, let me turn on the camera. Man, what's up? Give me a second. Oh, please. On a second here. Hey, shalom, Julio. Praise, man. I appreciate you having you here, bro. I'm gonna put the link up if you want to jump up in a little bit. All right, you let me know if you want to jump on. It says here, do not listen to your prophets or teachers or to those, you see, your people and those others, right, who claim they can predict the future, comma, either by dreams, or by calling up the spirits of the dead or by magic. Now, I'm going to remind you guys, let me remind you guys here that this 12-type chart came by a dream. Don't play stupid. It's a joke. But it came by a dream. So it says here, regarding prediction of the future by dreams or spirits of the dead or by magic, they all tell you not to submit to the king of Babylonia. Now, what exactly is that saying? So let's read that carefully here. I'm gonna magnify this. It says here, they all tell you not to submit to the king of Babylonia. Why is that? Why is that important? So, like, for example, don't we get a lot of these guys telling us, F with the white man, the hell with the white man? Isn't that what happens? Don't they go teach that? And it says, verse 10, they are deceiving you and will cause you to be taken far away from your country. Again, Jerusalem is a people first and a heritage before land. I will drive you out and you will be destroyed. But why, you say? Okay, let's continue reading. It says, they are deceiving you. I'm sorry, verse 11. But if any nation submits to the king of Babylon and serve him, then I will let it stay on its own land to farm it and live there. I, the Lord, have spoken. Okay, so as you're reading this, you're like, okay, so let's continue. It says, I said the same thing to King Zedekiah of Judah. Submit to the king of Babylon, serve him and his people, and you will live. Why should you? Moment, bro. Hey, give me a moment, all right? Hold on a second. Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yo, can you hear me? Joe.
I can.
Okay, cool, bro. Get out of here, man. Hold on. I was monitoring the background, man. I was monitoring the background. What's up, bro? Want to share something real quick before we continue?
Well, shout out to all the Wabos. You know, shout out that they really want our nationality, and they're up there. They're really up our ass about shit. So, you know, I think it's time for us to re-examine what we were taught and put it to the test.
Right.
You know, we know the knowledge now, but I'm saying what we were taught before. You know what I'm talking about, the whole BHI thing.
Yeah, of course. The whole chart BS
Yep.
crap confusion. You know, when I left these camps is when I realized what they were really trying to implement, and one of the reasons was kind of wobbleism, bro. Because I connected the back in 2021 before I started the channel in 2022. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. These wobbles say they're the original people, right? Supposedly, right? Well, what the fuck is BHI saying? BHI says that you so-called Hispanics of the 10 tribes, right? That you look like that because you mixed with the people that came from another continent. Yes
Right.
or no? So then they are basically indirectly or in secret or without even us knowing supporting the fucking wobbleism. They practically, well, that's why they get
You're right.
along.
You're right. No, it gives them the narrative.
Right. That's why they give them that angle. Like, well, BHI says you guys were originally black. So then that means that the original people here were black because then they're saying that you guys mixed with the Spanish and that's why you look like that.
Right.
Jesus. Hold on. Let me say what's up. What's up, sis? I give you a ring today, by the way. Just say what's up. Hope your family's well, okay? I'm just checking on you. That's all. No big deal. But no, man, that's really it, bro. And then this is why a lot of our gente are not realizing that. Wait a minute, hold on. When you're in these camps, that's what really they're believing in. So,
Well, you know,
yeah, go ahead.
the thing to understand was the change. You know, because a lot of us grew up in the churches,
Yep, we
and
did.
you know, us thinking that we were doing the right thing, it was completely wrong, bro. And what pisses us off, me and my brother talk about this, is we were taught a specific section of the Bible and nothing else.
Yep.
And you know, if the church is deviated off the plan, which is what the government says, you're only allowed to teach these scriptures. That's how you're gonna get funding. That's a whole fucking scam, bro. Church is a scam, bro.
They're
You know?
the I've shared this book before. It's called the Mexican Pyramids, I think, or Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, something to that effect. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Pyramid. Pyramid. Believe it or not.
And it's true what you said. You made a really interesting point. The only people who are um, basically being taught Catholicism are the Mexicans and a lot of indigenous groups. I say Mexicans because a lot of us are really proud Catholics. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Yep.
so it's ingrained. The whole Santa Maria thing. The
Check it.
Saint Joseph, the whole shebang, dude. I mean, that's just how we
Check it.
roll. Go
Check it.
ahead.
This is from the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids on page 16. It reads, as land was stolen from the natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages, which is why they shave their heads when they go to Salvador or in jail, like they're doing to our deportees, right? Like they're
Mhm.
shaving their head. It's total
Like
fucking
a
insult.
jail
They're
almost. Like
putting
you're
it
gonna
itself
go
to
to
death. Right.
inmates.
Then it says, for failing to attend mass or for practicing any old riots, an Indian could receive 800 lashes. Then it says, according to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and the Ten
There you
Commandments.
go. We just talked
Reading and
about that.
writing, yep, reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. So it's kind of like a two-way sword. So I tell Wobbles, hey, listen, you so-called West Africans, if you guys were originally here, how come you didn't experience that shit? And how come y'all don't know about that?
Well, the key word there is Spaniards.
Fuck yeah, they're the first Spaniards, bro. The
So,
Negros were
so
the first Spaniards to navigate.
yeah, that
We
that is
didn't
a
get. We
multi
didn't.
that's a multicultural word, bro.
Sorry, I didn't cut you off. I just want to say this, get out of my head. We did not get light skin because white Spaniards came, fam. You know what I'm saying? So like, you have to
Yeah,
think about that. The Spaniards that
yeah.
originally came weren't light skinned predominantly. They were fucking dark skinned. So how the fuck could we get light skin mixing with dark skinned people? Now go ahead, bro. You good.
Right. Well, the thing is the word Spaniard. We equate it to people that kind of look like us, but just with green eyes or a different complexion skin, a little bit
Right,
lighter tone. But
right.
you got to remember the Dutch came, the Polish came, they had other nations coming, and then you had the blacks. They never talk about this in history, bro.
Well, here it goes. The Maya
They
conquistadors.
always leave them out every single time. I never knew about that. I mean, I had to be like 35, 36 years old to find out that these people had a participation on it. And this whole time I was being friends with the enemy,
Right.
per
They were
se.
asking for empathy. Check this out. Page 162 of the Maya Conquistadors. It says, furthermore, as they have settled in our Kahab, we are providing them with food and household goods. They have neither paid a thing, nor do we ask them to. For they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too, although they are in the Ka guarding and are given responsibilities and are asked to go to each Ka. Each Ka means like neighborhood, vecindad, And as they are not paid by Bishop's Ka, the burdens of it is given to us, but there's no salary. Now we give them so much food and they do not pay us. What it is? He says, this is the very reason why there is discord with the bishop that is here and his providence, and discord with all black padres. So again, you guys were servants, slaves, teaching biblical Christmas Christianity to our native brothers and sisters. And for all you guys out there, let me just say this: I don't believe that we've been transported everywhere. Here's a map from a book called Global Indios that tells you exactly where you can even go to the government, whatever, I don't know, law department they have in each country, and it shows that our people were filing to be free from slavery, like petitioning the judge and shit. This is why they have records of it worldwide, bro, from the Philippines all the way to us. In Africa, Europe, Asia, India, you know what I'm saying, bro? Come on, man.
Right.
They never told
You
us.
know what? I think I'm very happy that our people are waking up, bro. And I'm happy that Mexico's talking about possibly debating whether a portion of the United States is up for, the land is up for debate because of what's going on with how it was bought.
Yeah.
That's an interesting. I love that our people are waking up, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's it's now everybody's memories woken up now that this land was stolen. You understand? By that statement, they don't really understand by what they did. They woke up a sleeping giant, bro. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And you're gonna have to be prepared when the Most High comes down, because they laugh at us because they come with their military weapons across the border, and they have really nice weapons. Don't get me wrong, some of the best in the world. But we're over here. We're over here with our crop. We're over here with our crop dusters, bro.
Right. Right.
Okay. You know what? What kind of signal does that feed to the world? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You're a bully, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what
You're a
they've been.
bully, bro. You're picking on people who are very humble, and
Yeah,
and,
and that's,
and
hey, matter of fact, I'm sorry. Let me stop you. That's why I did the video yesterday on the old brother Sonny, man. It's like the brother just does lives, gets his hand together, like our people, kind of like he invites them over to his house, but on live, and invites him and chops it up. Maybe he'll say some shit, and all of a sudden they started attacking him. And I went to one of the videos that Red Supreme dude responded to, and all you can see is just racist Negros saying a bunch of racist shit. And then one caught my attention. It said, "Oh, well, that OG don't know shit." So I responded. I said, "Well, I do. Tell your boy to come to debate me." So look, there's 17 people watching. I know some of y'all know that fucking dude, Red Supreme. He pushes ISUPK, proper fucking ganda. That fat fucker, their General Johanna, came to my channel, didn't call me out, didn't say, my Captain Taserface will come and debate you. No, you know what he did? He came and said hi and like, hey, we're told the truth, and then he left.
okay.
That's your leader. See, they know what I got. And what I got is a boulder coming straight at you. And y'all let me move slowly, slowly, and now you're not stopping it. And I'm very happy that our gente now can hear what I've been saying. Because remember, bro, and we talked about this. And even other brothers
Yeah.
that have been following me since 2022, they're like, bro, they don't even worry about it, bro. I know what you're saying. You're not being racist. You're just bringing facts. Because look, like I told you, man, I wish we're all like one people, bro. I really wish we're all just one people, right? Just like one nation, yada yada yada. The fact is, when you study history and you start analyzing nations, you realize that we're not. And those are facts.
Yeah. Right. And I just want our people to understand. It's you're going against a people, bro, that make something out of nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they call us all these fucking names, and not knowing that you're in my motherfucking land, and I'm pretty
Right.
sure the fucking house you live in, we built that motherfucker,
Uh,
and I'm pretty sure you like that fucking house too.
yep.
So it's a slap in the face, because you're under, our roof per se. You're under our land, and you're still being disrespectful, bro. And you're lucky we didn't cut your fucking throat. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's how it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a little different. But the point
Well,
being
I
is,
know. I don't mean that indirectly. I don't
yeah,
mean that directly. I mean indirectly. If
right.
if this was a perfect world, you know what I mean? But it's
It ain't.
just it sucks that a lot of our people have to suffer. But like my wife says, the Most High planned it that way, and there's nothing you can stop. If the Most High made it happen, you can't stop his
Mhm.
wrath. I think, well, it's true. You're right. So it's a double-edged sword, or you call it a two sides of a coin type thing. Either way, we're on the right path, bro, because we're in this so deep, and they added so many layers to this false truth that a lot of people believe it, and we're smart enough to re-examine things like we should. Slow down, take a step back, look at things at different angles, find out who's actually producing this literature, where are their credentials, et cetera, et cetera. Just do your background, do a background check, and then you find out, bro, we've been on this forever, bro, because the Most High said in those last days that He was going to put a spirit in us to remember, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So just remember that, we're going to remember, bro.
Yes, sir. Let me. You want to share anything else? I want to
No,
continue with the class.
no, go handle it, bro. I just want to,
Brother. You want to stick
I'm going
around?
to
Or you
finish
want
up here and I'm going to listen in the background. And if I have any wobbles
to? Yeah,
that pop up,
Okay, well, text me because I'm gonna come back and forth,
copy.
and I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it run. All right,
All right.
cool. Let's go. I'm gonna mute you all. I'll mute yourself. Mute yourself. Whatever, however it works. Hold on a second, fam. Hold on. Starvation or disease. That is what the Lord has said will happen to any nation that does not submit to the king of Babylonia. Then it says, verse 14, do not listen to the prophets who tell you to surrender to him. I'm sorry, do not listen to the prophets who tell you not to surrender to him. They are deceiving you. So you would wonder, why is he saying this in Jeremiah? Why is Jeremiah saying this? Baruch is the scribe. Why is he telling Baruch, yo, write this stuff down, bro? So he's like, okay, they're deceiving you. Those that tell you, listen, like for example, right now, what are we getting in the street? The hell with the white man. F the white man. We're going to put you in slavery. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And all of these things against what? So-called the system, right? Let's continue. There's a proper way. But let's see what's going on here. And why is he saying this again? It says it twice. Verse 15, the Lord himself has said that he did not send them. They are lying to you in his name. And so he will drive you out and you will be killed, you and the prophets who are telling you lies. Now, he says this twice. He references several, okay, you guys want to know why? Because instead of you putting your effort in repentance, sincere repentance, examination, breaking those clods, what else? Going through the shackles. But let me change this, man, because I don't like that it does that. I don't need the commercial stuff. It's gonna try to do a commercial. Give me a second, fam. The hell, man. What's going on with you, dude? You guys just play some cheap stuff now. Anyways, hold on a second, family. Bro, for real? Oh man, what's going on here? Let's see, Jerome. I'll put a background music, fam. Give me a second. Drum with flutes. Alrighty. Go right here. Let me see if it does it. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, what's going on? What's a dark screen? I can't see it, dude. All right, there it goes. Sorry, my bad, fam. What was that? Okay, it says here, verse 15. It says, "The Lord Himself has said that He did not send them, and they are lying to you in His name. And so He will drive you out, and you will be killed, you and your prophets who are telling you lies." Here's the reason why, fam. Because when you're being taught to focus on particular things that really don't concern you, you're gonna lose the kingdom. Because quite frankly, I've said it several times in this channel. I'm not really worried. I don't know why in the world people are doing this, but if anything, you should be so freaking happy that you have the privilege to repent. Honestly, that should be your main focus. That you have a sincere opportunity to repent and an opportunity to actually make it. The Most High said, man, vengeance is mine. Verse 16, here's why. Then I told the priest and the people that the Lord had said, do not listen to the prophets who say that the temple treasures will soon be brought back from Babylonia. They are lying to you. Let me repeat that and let me read it in this translation, okay? Verse 16, it says, also I spake to the priest and to all his people, saying, thus saith the Lord, hearken not to the words of your prophets that prophesy unto you, saying, behold, the vessels of the Lord's house shall shortly be brought back again from Babylon. For they prophesy a lie unto you. You know what that's saying? And by the way, for you idiots that say, oh, those are vessels, not talking about the nation. Really? So that's why in Romans 9, it talks about vessels of destruction and vessels of I don't know how it goes, but it's Romans 9, I believe. It's identifying people as vessels as well. It's a parable. And I believe it talks about it in Corinthians as well. So here it's saying, if those people teach you that say, hey, we're going to get the kingdom back soon, bro. We're going to get the kingdom back soon, Ark. They prophesy a lie unto you. That's what it says here. Behold, the vessels of the Lord's house shall now shortly be brought again from Babylon. Like, for example, wasn't One West teaching that the year 2000, they'd all go home? I mean, for real? They were saying that. They were saying that. So now, you know, and I'm going to touch on that real quick in a little bit. I'm going to continue on that topic, but I want to say something. So when I read this the other day, I was like, man, I think I understand now why our people did what they did. And in regards to the prophecy, too, there was an actual prophecy. And let me see if I can find it here. I had the article, but I'm going to play the video. All right, I want to show you guys something. Verse 17, it says, hearken not unto them, serve the king of Babylon and live, wherefore should this city be laid wasted? But if they be prophets, and if the word of the Lord be with them, oh, watch out. Let them know, let them now. Okay, I'll read that after, all right? Hold on a second. Let me show you this real quick. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, what's going on? Hey, shalom, bro, shalom. Let me just show you this real quick. All right, I'm going to play this video, all right? I wanted to read it, but I think the video is better. It's like 3 minutes long, all right? Hold up. Here it goes right here. So it made me wonder about, like, the Aztec prophecy or the Mexica prophecy, right? Regarding the, that are, about what our people were expecting. And I can see now why the submission. Now, there's a lot of stories behind it. But I think because we understood the scriptures, we knew that there was a time. Like, it's time now. Here you go. Watch this. Let's check it out.
The Emperor Moctezuma was wise, brave.
I'm going to leave these two screens on because I don't want them to block me, okay? I'd like to show you this, but this is BBC. All right? Hold up. Let's go.
The Emperor Moctezuma was wise, brave, and a very sensitive ruler. But like all Aztecs, he felt that fate was out of his hands. The Aztecs had a strong notion of doomsday. They knew exactly when their end times would come, and these were upon them now. The cycles of time that ruled Aztec life were recorded forever on a massive sunstone, a type of calendar which governed their times and their ritual sacrifice to the gods. Quetzalcoatl had preordained the year of his return, and according to the calendar, that year had now come. The Aztecs knew that the end was very near. Moreover, the Aztecs knew their gods would return from the sea to the east. Some even thought they would return as white bearded men. All eyes were on the coast. As the predicted time draws near, priests, wizards, and astrologers grew edgy.
So here in Mexico, for centuries, there'd already been this foretelling that the rulers would come back from the east, would come out of the sea. You have this extraordinary Aztec civilization living untouched by anything, festering, just sort of bubbling in their own juices of suspicion. They're incredibly superstitious people. They're astrologers. They believe they're influenced by all these natural elements. And suddenly, out of nowhere, other very powerful omens start appearing.
A trunk full of wonders from another world washes up on their shores. Runners carry it swiftly to their emperor.
The comet comes and hovers over Mexico City, very close, burning in the sky. They don't understand that. It's the first one they've seen. An earthquake happens in Mexico City, which is clearly sent by the gods. And slowly, the tension in the place starts ratcheting up.
So what are the odds that at the very time their gods are supposed to return, white bearded men landed from the sea to the east in the form of Spaniards, adventurers, mercenaries, and conquerors hungry for gold? An ancient magical world and a new material world were about to collide.
So I'm showing you this so you can see that our people had an inclination of what was about to happen. The scriptures talk about this again. So let's go to 17. Then we're gonna go to 18, and then we're gonna go back to 16. So it says here, and family, take out your Bibles. I know that you want to see the screen, and I do it out of courtesy, but honestly, y'all should be taking out your books because and I'll say this, man. When I started watching these videos, right, and I noticed that I was showing the screen and I show my face, that's cool, but I could see why people there's a need to see another human. And it's just weird, man. So that's why I'm leaving the screen on. My family was like, yeah, I don't know why, it just seems that way. So it's cool, bro. It's okay. I don't care. So please take out your Bibles. Follow me here, okay? So I can actually read this. So it says here, verse 17, hearken not unto them, serve the king of Babylon, and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? Now it says, but if they be prophets, and if the word of the Lord be with them, let them now make intercession to the Lord of hosts, that the vessels which are left in the house of the Lord, right, and in the house of the king of Judah and at Jerusalem, not go to Babylon. So what it's basically saying here, instead of these people saying, it's almost over, we're going home, yeah, F the white man, they're gonna get it. Instead of saying that, praying for the other nations to be destroyed, you're supposed to pray for the people that haven't been taken, to give them hope that they may make it. That's why it says in the other verses, listen, if they prophesy these things, you're going to perish. You're going to die because you're going to be focusing on, it's almost here. Pack up. We're ready to go. Yeah, bro. Oh, okay, cool. As long as you can see the actual screen. Anyhow, so it's basically saying this. So it says here now, hold on a second. Going back to my point, okay? This is why I had to read this and I have to show you this. Now I know why.
Detribalized.
All of these things come from the Most High, right? I'm not saying, and I've always said this, family. I pray that even since the beginning of this channel, that I was never misleading my gente. That if I was going to be an instrument to mislead people, I wanted the Most High to destroy me then. I didn't want to be that. I don't want to be that. So I really was very cautious, even when I was starting to do these classes and these things were being revealed, because I wasn't really seeing other people. It wasn't like somebody's teaching me. I was finding these things that have been kept from us for so long. And it started since last year. I mean, we've seen a lot. Hey, shalom, bro. We've seen a lot of people bring up, lately, before, regarding Canaanite stuff and all that. But in regards to what I was finding, I did not find it anywhere. Okay. I didn't find it anywhere. So I was kind of scared, to be honest. I was scared not for my life. Like, oh my God, I don't give a damn. My spirituality, I was scared for my spirit that maybe I was done. Maybe the Most High didn't want to deal with me. And I was being led by, the deceiver. But I continued. I figured, well, if that's your path, that's your path. Just like Jeremiah, man, I don't want to teach this stuff no more. Nobody believes me. It didn't matter. But anyways, going back to the point. Now I see why you particular nation, you tribe that I was talking about yesterday, now I can see the spirit even more. That's a very noble thing what y'all did, bro. The MESHIACHAs. Let's listen to it again. A very noble thing that they did. For the sake of the rest of us, let's go.
Native Mexicans like Emiliano Zapata or Pancho Villa and countless others. Because of our resistance, you were able to maintain your tribal identity. Yes, detribalized, displaced Native Mexicans, aka mestizos, we shed our blood. Did you hear that? We shed our blood so that the tribes today would be able to maintain their tribal affiliation. The truth is, without the resistance of displaced, detribalized Native Mexicans, they would have wiped all tribes off the face of the planet. Due to our resistance, you were able to maintain your tribal identity. And right now, a lot of you natives with tribal affiliation are sounding a little ungrateful. So I think you better just stay in your own lanes or start giving a little bit thanks to those of us and our ancestors, which are also your ancestors that shed our blood. So either humble yourself and give thanks or just step to the side because you don't matter. We don't need you. Again, we are 150 million strong, detribalized, displaced Native Mexicans, and we're growing daily. And to all those natives that claim that you need to have tribal affiliation to be native, you need to find yourself.
That's a very noble thing to do as a leader. For real. Now, and again, I have this sister, the one I showed you guys yesterday, that she did a video regarding this too. So I guess this is going on. I don't really know, and I don't care. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously I do, but I don't, because that's not our heritage, so to speak, regards to like our real heritage. This is what we've been picking up. Anyhow, so now it says here, right, in verse 17, hearken not unto them, serve the king of Babylon and live, wherefore you should cry, wherefore should this city be laid waste? All right. So now, why am I reading all of these things? And why am I saying, let me rephrase that. So what you're saying, Joshua, is that we're supposed to serve these people? Let's continue. But if they be prophets, and if the word of the Lord be with them, let them now make intercession to the Lord of hosts, that the vessels, meaning you guys, which are left in the house of the Lord, meaning now, and in the house of the king of Judah and at Jerusalem, not go to Babylon. Meaning, instead of praying against them, pray for us. So, let me show you something. I'm glad I kept it. I wasn't going to read it, but I'm glad I kept it. Deuteronomy 18. Here's why, fam. Because by us being told, F them, we're going home soon, we're the real people, God looks like you. No repentance, no salvation, nothing of any sort. I know they talk about it. They give you guys scriptures, but they give you scriptures like Band-Aids. I'm telling you, fam, I've gone through this with them. Going through something, yada, yada. You know, you that are spiritual should understand this. And you share it. And like, oh, I got you, Ak. Hold up. Hold up. They go like this. You can hear it in when you get them on the phone and shit. They're like, they're like doing the thing. Oh, hold up. Give me Ciroc, Ak. All right. Ciroc. Okay, cool. All right. Shalom. That's it. Good luck. You're going to prophesy and have the people misled and misdirected. That's what it's basically saying. Deuteronomy 18:20, he says, but the prophets which shall presume to speak, I'm sorry, yeah, I'll keep it here. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even the prophet shall die. So now it says, and if thou say in thy heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord had not spoken? Remember? It says, well, how do we know who's really teaching and who's not? You may wonder, how can you tell when a prophet's message does not come from the Lord? It says it. If a prophet speak in the name of the Lord, and what he says does not come true, then it is not the Lord's message. That prophet has spoken on his own authority. You are not to fear him. So I'm going to remind you, okay? I'm going to remind you, you stinking Canaanites, man. I'm like, seriously, up to my, they say, up to my yang yang. Yo, for real, man. You guys, all right? This is all of you. You cannot hide from what I'm about to show you. You can say, well, we're not part of that group anymore. I don't give a damn. The tree will not fall. I'm sorry, the fruit does not fall far from the tree. Y'all are still claiming that your King Mashah is your king. Well, let him be your king. Because that same man, or whatever his name, I don't care. Because he's not our people. And definitely not my elder for sure. But check this out. I'm going to show you something. You boast about your so-called heritage. You boast about the other nations doing something to us. You boast about the enemy is the so-called white man. But guess what? We've been finding, because the scripture said, if whatever the prophet says doesn't come true, then that's a liar. Since last year and the year before, and other brothers have pointed out Canaan, the Most High then revealed a little bit more to us recently. And everything that we've been sharing up until last year to this year, it's actually manifesting. Because guess what? Now people are talking about the fact that conquistadors were African Americans. Yeah. So I haven't been lying. I've been saying this since last year. All of us have a lot. The brothers before me came, they shared it. I came in with more info. I pray to God, and the other brother comes in with a lot more than us. Or we're going to grow through this. I don't know. But it says, if a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord and what he says does not come true, then it is not the Lord's message. That prophet has spoken on his own authority. You are not to fear him. Why? Because they're going to die. They're going to die. Oh, dear. Oof, man. Oh, I'm so, bro. We're going to listen to this. It's 7 minutes long. But we're going to listen to this because this is what they taught. Every single one of you guys from One West. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt somebody's feelings? They stepped away. Oh, well. Well, listen. Here. A matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to put the link up. Hold on, brothers. If you guys want to come through, let me know. Or if somebody wants to debunk what we're about to share, y'all, just wait. Don't rush it. Don't link on and then expect me to just let you on, because I'm not going to do that. Send a message saying, yo, I'm going to link up, then we'll see. Don't interrupt the class. But let's educate ourselves and educate these other people. Remember what the scripture said, family. Let's read it again. Okay? We're going to read it in this translation because they like to read that. When the prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken, but the prophet had spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. All right? Let me see what you got. Okay. So let's listen in to the video. I'm going to make it big, fam. Hold up. I want y'all to see it because they may take it off. Let's go. Pay attention. Pay close attention. Write down the scriptures too.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000. It's talking about Judgment Day.
Christ is coming back on the white horse. And he's coming back. And he's going to take down the white man, the Edomites. That's why your Pope is down in the ground. It's going to happen by the year 2000.
You really?
That's it, yeah.
These places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
That's going to take place before the year 2000.
That's right.
America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000.
Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
Let's go ahead and read that. Okay? It says, this was bound to happen. Although they've destroyed nearly all videos of brothers, including myself, prophesying doomsday, end times, enslavement of all white people by Y2K, a few videos managed to still be around. I see you found one of them with Shabbat, prophesying falsely. He is now looking foolish with these videos in circulation, but hey, truth is truth. We did falsify, hold on. We did prophesy falsely. Brother is repenting, all praises. And we have to be held accountable. Gotcha, bitch. Many lives were destroyed because of this. Brothers take that lightly. That's messed up. I didn't even see that part, bro. Damn. Many lives were destroyed because of this. And I know what that feeling is like, fam. Falling to alcohol. Yeah, I don't want to be there. You don't want to be in any net. Well, your spirit is so disconnected from the Most High. That shit's crazy. Let's continue. I know I'm making it a thing about this class, but I don't make this lightly, fam. Because some of these are our brothers. That's just a fact. Let's go. Oh, and some of these people may not be our people, but they still want to keep the laws. What is wrong with that? And now they won't because of these fools? Because of these false teachers? Because of One West? Because of Nate Tahar, a general? What's the other guy? The other two young kids? The dude that looks like a white dude and the bald guy from Sakai? Who else? Oh, and then the well, yeah, I added them in there because honestly, I just wanted to cover space. But anyways, let's go. Let's read it. It says, well, first of all, let's go back to this. Let's not forget the point. When a prophet, Deuteronomy 18:22, I'm going to keep reading this. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. But the prophets that had spoken it presumptuously, thou shalt not be afraid of them. Why? Why should we not be afraid of them, family? Because they're, first of all, they're not our people. Two, they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be destroyed, fam. And I pray to the Most High that you guys have no mercy whatsoever. Because this is who you are. These many false doctrines, false prophecies. And I thank the Most High. Okay, let me say this. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to say this to you guys, man. For whatever reason, we all have a path. And the Most High, man, he has you. If you are of him, if he has a plan for you, he'll take you even through the depthness of hell. Like where I came from, the ism, right? The alcoholism, man. Anyways, y'all know, bro. Yet he will still get you out of that. You will be like feeling in quicksand. You're like, obey to here. And then he'll pull you out. I was in these rooms 4 years and my spirit didn't bear. I'm just like, man, but I want to keep the laws. I don't like to. Yeah, I did leave a few times, but I was always following them, watching classes, taking notes, even when they were watching, because the Most High watches, obviously. I just couldn't leave. And I know now why, because obviously under that particular spiritual, spell, that false doctrine, it's another spirit, family. But it was because maybe he was prepping me for this. It says, those many false doctrines and false prophecies. Matter of fact, there's a scripture that says that they would even convince, that they were almost always convinced the very elect. I mean, maybe, I don't know if I am, but Lord willing, just if I am, man, leave the door open, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to help you guys first. It says, and false prophecies came from false prophets that invented ISUPK, never found in the Holy Bible. Since then, many splits have occurred, rendering ICGJC, founded by Arya, and his trained blasphemy student, Tazakada, whatever his name is. So now, remember, after 2000, IOIC came like in 2003, because Nate came out of that split. The Creator would never have sent a false prophet, Pharisee, to teach or educate the children of Israel in several false doctrines and perverse, unholy prophecies that didn't pan out. I'm not sure why nobody's ever really read Deuteronomy, because it literally is telling you the answer. If nothing of this came true, these guys are all fake as shit. Excuse me, but they are. For example, in the 1980s, when they said that Christ Negro would return a couple of times, and then they moved it up to year 2000 AD, and obviously that didn't pan out as well. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing not follow not, nor come to pass, this is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. Isaiah 41 says, 22, let them bring forth and show us what shall happen. Let them shew the former things, what they be, what they may consider them, and know the latter of the end of them, or declare us things for to come. So now, the reason I'm really stressing this out, fam, is because, look, I brought out, I don't know, Habakkuk 1:8. Nobody ever touched on that. Black Conquistadors, actual documentation books showing through the scriptures. I mean, I can't even remember. I don't even want to, it's stupid to even list it, bro. Like, it makes no sense because then I'm being vainful here. Let me see, bro, what you're saying. And he saw smearing our bros culture that Y2K to the Maya and the end of the world is retarded. No such thing. Yeah. Keep in mind, all Mesoamerican calendars derived from one source. All praises, bro. And you know, honestly, this is why this is important, because if they came in, this is One West branch right here. This is not me. This is One West. This guy here, Araya, that is who they believe. Like, that's who they followed. He brought that out. So let's continue listening. Let's go. And I'll shut up. Here, let me read it quickly. It says, Dave, was I offended? Yes. I was offended by UPK doctrine. I found out the hard way. I found out the hard way that doctrine was baloney. I lost critical years of my life because of the doctrine. I am a pre-Y2K UPK brother. Many of you are post-2K UPK adherents and quasi-adherents. And you have the luxury of following a revised, improved version of the doctrine. I didn't have the luxury. Thusly, I suffered much loss. Such a much loss. The stakes were higher for UPK cats of my era. I've seen brothers I used to teach with, homeless and mentally deranged, as a result of the failure of the premier and greatest prophecy that impinged on the doctrine. Nah, it's not that, bro. Well, I mean, it's because of this, dude. Because of this. Where is it at? Jeremiah 27:15, it says, I have not sent them, said the Lord, yet they prophesy a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, and that ye might perish, ye and the prophets that prophesy unto you. That's why. That's exactly why this happened. You know the reason? There's no other damn reason. This didn't happen. This didn't occur. So it says here, I didn't have the luxury, It says here, homeless and mentally deranged, premier, that being, hold on. The impingement on the doctrine, that being the return of Christ, established of the Negro in the land of Israel, and dethroning of the white man by Y2K. You see how he says Negro? He doesn't say Hispanics, natives. He says Negro. Some brothers choose to continue holding on by improvising, improving, and revising the original doctrine. I decided to let it go altogether. The failure of the prophecy revealed to me the falsehood of the movement, the false self-declared prophets who found the movement, and the infantile and immaturity of the doctrine. I can never be won over by that doctrine. There is an old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Damn. Do that. Let's go. So let's read this. It says, when Meshiach died, he was the leader of the house of David, HOA, HOD, whatever. This was the first main split of UPK. Both schools taught Y2K. The house of David started quieting down a bit as the time approached, and then eventually it was just conveniently forgotten about. Tahar will openly admit those things, as you know. He still thinks that Meshiach was King David. I don't have them anymore, videotapes where Tahar teaching Y2K and Ariyah standing right beside him, along with other brothers, including Shaka Khan, I guess. I mean, it's an indisputable fact that UPK as a school, as a unit, officially taught the return of Christ in Y2K. Officially. I'm not lying. Scripture said, don't believe these suckers. Let's go.
You know, I started reaching out to different churches and things of that nature. But before I did, I started examining everything. You know, all the doctrine that I learned. And the brother was right about Ariyah was one of the pioneers to bring out that Christ is coming before the year 2000, and the understanding of that came from Isaiah, the 6th chapter. That after 2 days I will restore you, and after the third day you live in my sight. So he figured that, the third day is after the year 2000. So that they kind of, came with that understanding.
Everybody in the school at One West preached the year 2000 prophecy, that Christ was going to return in the year 2000.
All of us. That was sanctioned by Haria. You teach us on the street, and 34th Street camp. I was in 34th Street camp, right in front of the bank. What's the name of the bank now? The name of the bank. Citibank. I was out there teaching that for almost 10 years, from 1989 to 1999. I was teaching that.
Oh wow!
And I was ordered. I was ordered to teach that. If I wasn't teaching that, they'll kick me out. Ordered. I was ordered to teach that. If I wasn't teaching that, they'll kick me out. I was ordered to teach that. If I wasn't teaching that, they'll kick me out.
Excuse me, Elder, but even in the late 80s, they were teaching about Christ coming back in the year 2000.
Yeah, they were teaching that. When I came in, they were teaching that. In 1989, they were teaching that.
If you were among those who preached that doctrine back then, or are currently being led astray by the false teachings that originated at One West, it's not too late to repent and truly receive.
Hey, he's not lying about this, family. He's not lying, man. That spirit is not a joke. I'll say this quickly. I got COVID, and I got real sick. Real sick. A lot of my family was worried. I'll say it like that. Those times kept me out of that school. I couldn't go because I was sick, I was seriously sick. And I started noticing how selfish they were, asking me for alms while I wasn't attending because I was sick. I wasn't even really concerned about my own bills. I mean, obviously I was paying them, but I wasn't thinking of them, let alone I wasn't thinking of alms. So I started seeing more clearly what was going on. And then eventually, because I wasn't being indoctrinated so much, that spirit couldn't hold on to me anymore. And then I just stopped. But as soon as I realized that, there was this chain, it just, I felt it's different. And then all this understanding came. You know what I'm saying? And we have proof that they were he said he's teaching since 1989. That's not coming out of my mouth. So I ask you, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Sakari, Popey, Gia, whatever, all of you guys that came out of One West that still teach that stupidity, all of you guys, okay? here it clearly shows that y'all are full of shit. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Why? Because you guys are fake. You're not the people of the book. You've had the Bible since. Matter of fact, I'm going to continue because I'm going to show you guys something. You see, the thing is, I'm finding info that you guys are giving me. I don't know. You're literally putting it on the platter for me to chop it in pieces. You guys think we don't read? I guess that's what they say. You know, if you want to read, right, put it in a book. If you want to hide something from the black person, put it in a book. I don't know. But you know, I've been saying certain things that I've been catching. Who are these people? I think these people are being identified. Check this out. Look at Habakkuk. Look at Habakkuk. Look at Deuteronomy. Look at Deuteronomy again. Look at the black eagle again. Look at these guys. They have the black eagle. Wait a minute. These black Europeans, they knew their language. Deuteronomy 2:8 couldn't apply to them. So it started becoming that way. And then what? Jubilees 9, Jubilees 10, Micah 2, all of these things started coming to fruition. Now we see Jeremiah 27. If this isn't giving us a prime example that we're going the right path, I don't know what is. Because literally the Bible's identifying, if they come this way, don't believe them. The black eagle, that's them. If they know the language of the other nation, that's not the people. Why? Because they wouldn't know them. They wouldn't know them. They wouldn't know their language. They wouldn't know anything about them. Like us, we didn't know anything about them. Yeah. So let's go to this real quick because do I want to go? Yeah, I do. Matter of fact, I do because there's a point. All right, so let me go here real quick. Hold on, fam. Matter of fact, I do. I wasn't going to read it, but I do. Where are you at? Give me a second. We're going to go to Jubilees, chapter 10. Let me go back. Hold on a second. Apocrypha. Jubilees, where are you at? I go here because it seems to be the easier one, the quickest one to get. Let's go to chapter Children of Noah. We're just going to read from chapter 10, 28 to 34. All right? And I'll read it, fam. It says, and Ham and his sons went into the land which was to occupy, which he acquired as a portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt that was very good, and he went not in the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, meaning the Atlantic, West Africa. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Israel, Jerusalem, all of that area, Palestine, what do we know now? All right? It says here, and Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, thou hast settled in the land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if thou do so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. And by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will thy children fail, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Then it says, dwell not in the dwelling of Shem, for to Shem and his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed art thou, and cursed shalt thou be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by the oath in the presence of the holy judge, and in the presence of Noah our father. But he did not hearken unto them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon from Hamath to the entering of Egypt, his and his sons, until this day. So we see that a very similar spirit of thievery, sedition. You take things that are not yours, that don't belong to you, and yet you want to claim it. Even after we show you, you guys are not it, man. You guys are not it, bro. Seriously, there's nothing wrong with you not being it. Look, your kingdom's done. You'll never rule again. It's okay. You had your chance. You're done. You have to accept it. And I'm telling you from the deepest bottom of my spirit, there's no doubt in my mind that you guys are done. We know who you are. There's no doubt anymore. No doubt. And you brothers and sisters that are out there still doubting, and the hell with you too then. You probably belong in there. You probably are these guys. Look, this is what I'm saying. So if I was saying these guys are this since last year, and none of this came to fruition, then I'll be just like them. If all of these books, that's not true, bro. We haven't found anything. They didn't conquer us. There's no such thing as La Leyenda Negra, Los Conquistadores Negros. That's not true. The Caciques, Maya Conquistadors, those books are not real. Then I'd be a fake prophet. Oh, damn, it fell? No, I didn't. But what I'm doing is I'm showing you guys what I'm learning, and it's coming true. I'm not saying I'm this, I'm that, and no, the Most High's given us this understanding. Why? Because the time is now. Because the real people of the Bible are finally waking up. Come on, bro. What's going on? Gotcha, bitch. That's why. So look, I'm going to show you this. This is from an old video I have.
On us that we are them.
This was, look, so in case you guys start thinking I'm BSing you.
And nothing but the...
This is from, I think it says May, something like that. Hold up. Give me a second. This is in May, fam. May or June. Well, no, it's June. Actually, June, because May was like when I actually had the channel. So I started noticing these things. Because when I left, I'm like, okay, so if they're saying we're the same people of the book, well, let me digest you. Let me see what's going on. And all I found was on the contraire, mon frère. Yeah, it does work in mysterious ways. So I keep finding, like I started finding these things. And from this point moving forward, all my research started manifesting. When I started hearing partes sequitur ventrum, I heard it in school, but they didn't care. And then I realized, wait a minute, this applied to our sisters? Yeah. So this was back in last year. And I was like, listen, that's what I'm finding. I don't know, man. I'm a little, you know what I mean? I was like, I'm just going to teach what I teach still. And even this is when I started finding Nate's bullshit. Excuse me, but it's true. He brings books like these out, like, oh yeah, the Jew, but he hides stuff, right? And I'm gonna bring him up again. Because I've caught him on 1, 2, I think 3 books already, or 4. Nate, give up, man. You're a heathen. I've caught you in so many books already. Right? So again, this was, I think it says June, fam. Okay? Of 2022. So now, watch this real quick. Somebody brought this book to my attention. And I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to link it up here. And hey, Meshi, this is actually what their driving force is. This book here. The whole wobble, the Cabo Wobbles, the fish heads. This is what their book is. They base their whole doctrine on this right here. This guy here, or girl, whatever they are. This is called 1 in 3 Amazing Facts About Black Indians of Western Hemisphere Outline. I don't know what the word is, but it's an FBI tactic where they give you a lot of information. And I think they did that in the campaign. Supposedly Russia did it. That they give you misinformation left and right, and you don't know what to believe. So it's like a confabulate. You kind of hear a little of your history, and you hear them. You're like, oh, well, it kind of makes sense, and you glue it together, and you believe it. So here, this guy's literally saying the so-called American Indians, the black indigenous natives. Then he's referencing black folks, using people like Canyon, whatever, raised in Chicago. Mother's family comes from... He literally gives up the actual, he says it comes from matriarchal society, so the seed comes from the mother. We know the Bible is contrary to that. So that already told me right off the bat. But then he's like saying, yeah, in this book, yeah, the natives look like a variety of colors. Okay. And then you keep looking and look. And then another thing. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be Hosea 4:6. So let me get this straight. So you guys are saying in this same book, he says that the Europeans were black. He says the Europeans were black. They came here and took these black, and he says black. He references black as an African, like Africanoid features and shit, like Ham. It's just stupid. And then you guys go and use the Bible, like y'all don't look. It's just dumb. But I looked through it. Were not spawned, created. Okay, he says black Indians were not spawned or created as a result of Africans coming to the Western Hemisphere, supposedly, right? But then it says they didn't refer to themselves as natives. The word Indian, blah, 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 blah. Look, all natives or indigenous people of Western Hemisphere, aka Indians, possess different physiological features. Hair texture, bone structure, and skin tone varied. All natives and indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere, aka the Indians, did not and do not have high cheekbones, slanted eyes, reddish copper skin, or straight hair. He said not all natives. All natives of indigenous people of Western Hemisphere did not live in teepees or pueblos. It's true. It is difficult for society to dissect black Indians as being natives or indigenous. No. You see, I don't know why, fam, but apparently you guys, man, you guys really think that Hispanics, if a so-called Hispanic is dark, he has to be black. Like African. We have dark-skinned brothers. Dark. My family. They're not Africans. And anyways, if you guys look carefully through this book, you'll see the no wonder a lot of these idiots are a lot of these people are ignorant. I don't want to say idiots because I don't know, but again, once you know, you should know better. Hold up. My camera turned off. Let me go ahead and connect this here now. I'll come back with the camera in a little bit. So you can see all of these things, right? Hold up. So look through this book, fam. This is where they actually get their whole doctrine. Look, a native people of indigenous people have Western Hemisphere, aka Indians, spoke different dialects of a language synonymous to the Hebrew language. So as you can see, they want to smear them. Look, here goes. Most early European writers during the 14th throughout the 18th, including pale-skinned Jews, agreed that the heathen savages of the Western Hemisphere, aka Indians, throughout the Americas were without a doubt descendants of the lost tribe of Israel. Pale-skinned Europeans by the name of James Adair. Right? Then he says, he's, descendants of the lost tribe, James Adair. Hold on a second. Then he goes and says here, Nate Turner, Paul Coffey, Crispy Uddux, Donald Luther King Jr., Tubman, Vesey, Poole, a.k.a. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, among the million of others, were indigenous of the Western Hemisphere, a.k.a. Indians. The title Black American and African American are fake, inappropriate European colonized titles to keep indigenous people from Western Hemisphere, aka blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Most African Americans, so-called, were asked, this says, most so-called African Americans or so-called African Americans, when asked if any Native Americans are in their family, at least 95% responded with the answer yes. Wow. That makes you our people. Anyhow, let me show you this real quick. So what's this? Are you going to ignore that? Moors? So he's saying these people came to America and conquered you, African-looking Native Americans? So they conquered so you conquered each other? So look, watch this. The term Moor was applied to dark-skinned, brown-skinned, and reddish-brown-skinned people who are not only indigenous to Europe, but who went to West and North Africans. Even black Indians of the Western Hemisphere were also dubbed with this title. That's not true. Indigenous black Celtics, indigenous black Britons, indigenous black Portuguese, black Spaniards, also known as Moors, had a long-time knowledge of indigenous people in the Western Hemisphere. These Moors were all well-informed of the different customs, traditions, and languages of the natives of the Western Hemisphere. These dark-skinned Europeans, Moors, were used as buffers by the pale-skinned Europeans to help colonize the New World. these indigenous black Europeans, aka Moors, not only solicited the New World to pale-skinned Europeans, but also waged war on indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere, aka Indians. Is this making any sense to you guys? So you're saying that los negros de Europa esclavizaron a los negros de América, güey? And then certain black indigenous Europeans, aka Moors, that went under such titles as clergymen and European nobilities, shared a common consciousness with pale-skinned Europeans. That common consciousness being that the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere, aka your Indians, were untamed and heathens. You know what's so funny, fam? That throughout this admittance here, they don't realize what black and white people come out like. Like people of different skin tones with a variety of hair texture. You're admitting, look, you see what I'm saying, fam? They're saying to us that, yes, they were black Europeans. They were helping the white man. Didn't I say this? They're admitting it themselves. But at the same time, they're saying that, then they want to then use the Bible and say they're the people of the book. And then they're saying we're the enemies, but yet you're saying that the same people that are black Europeans enslaved you, but they're not your enemies? Look, both dark-skinned and pale-skinned Europeans who were either Britain, Gallic, or what you have, fleeing from religious persecution. I'm glad this guy's saying this because I'm going to show you guys something right now. Certain Moors helped to navigate Christopher Columbus' voyage, and I do believe that because they're navigators. These Moors went to Tarshish. These are the Phoenicians. When you look at Spain, it used to be Tarsia. And these guys, these Moors, these Canaanites, these Phoenicians were merchants, and they would travel to the Isles to dig for tin, gold, and silver in the Isles of Tarshish, which is Spain and the further islands. See? So now, most black Indians of the Western Hemisphere found themselves seduced by European lifestyle, supposedly. Some black in the Indian nations sided with the British. After black Indian nations helped to set up colonial governments. Okay, see here, girls. You see how this is? It's like a lot of different directions of, yeah, you're here, you're there, this here. Bro, listen, bro. And I know you guys are simple ass Canaanites, and I know that you're simple minded. I'll say that right now because you're not like the other tribes of Africa. I met a lot of other people in Africa. They're smart, but this tribe is not. You guys are easily confounded. Black Indians were not conquered by Europeans or the so-called white man. Black Indians had a rich history of intertribal warfare among each other that continued before the European arrival. Intertribal warfare, all of these things. And they start saying, where is it at? Black Snake, where are you? Black Indians as well as the Moors. Hold on, fam. I'm looking for something. You guys can read through. I'm just kind of Nick a Jack. Okay, no. I lost. Then they go to children. They're broken chain of ignorance. That's an interesting one. Most Buffalo soldiers were black Indians. You see this, fam? Dispatched by U.S. Army. So the Jamaicans, Buffalo soldier. Come on, what's his name? Made a song about that. You see how they're just mixing all kinds of information. This is psychological warfare, right here. Psychological warfare. So again, psychological warfare, but you need a tool. You need a tool. Okay? I'm glad we're on that point. So we can continue. You need a tool. All right? And I'm going to show you who the tool is. Let me see this here real quick. Oh, okay. All right.
Breaking news, TikTok. We got an update about this.
Here's one of the tools here. This idiot. His mama is white, by the way, which is okay, man. It's good, but stop saying you're our people. All right, so he tries to come out all smart and shit, and all the
this book, The 100 Indian of the West.
I actually read them, bro, and it has nothing to do with a lot of the stuff. So he's talking about some Etsy. Oh yeah, you got to order that book from Etsy.com. Blah blah blah. And you see, this is how dumb they are. You know where I found the book, fam? I just Googled it. That was it. And I downloaded it. You know, they make people to purchase it. I don't know why. Anyways, that's how I got the book. So you see, it needs tools. It needs tools. It needs tools. I'm going to show you something real quick. Okay? This is my son. His name is Eric. He's 22 now. He has natural olive brown skin. Okay? Natural olive brown skin. When he tans, he gets very golden brown, like copperish, like olive. And he has light brown hair and he had blonde hair. Okay? Now it's darker. My other son, he's not like this. He's kind of pale. Skin, pale. But it's because we have, I don't want to get into science, but I'll say it, we have the DNA to bring this kind of beautiful thing. Children of a variety of colors and textures and hair colors. And that's what he said in that book. Now, I'm bringing this up, fam, because the Bible said we're going to be dealing with people like these. It says, now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many as Israel had not known all the wars of Canaan, only that the generation of the children of Israel might know to teach them war, at the least such as before knew nothing thereof, namely the 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites and the Sidonians and the Hivites that dwell in the Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal-Hermon unto the entering in of Hamath. So we're seeing that this was meant to be, because we have people that would not know anything about psychological or spiritual war. So somebody had to come out of that room, or some of us who have been in that room. I haven't really found anybody else, to be honest, who would understand the psychological war and teach you guys what they've been doing. This is why it's to prove Israel. There's no other reason. Let me show you this real quick. Look, these guys have been mixing forever. This is from the famous book that Nate likes to bring out. Page 296. The rapidity with the color changes is seen in the English colonies of North America. It is not 250 years since the very first colonists arrived in Britain, and much shorter time since the ancestors of those present New Englanders crossed the ocean. And yet they have lost the clear complexion of their kindred beyond the waters, and acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards, so that if a assemblage of each nation was placed side by side, there could be no difficulty whatsoever in distinguishing them by their complexion alone. With respect to the intermixture with the Indians, we know that, as a matter of fact, that it never took place. Really? Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to leave this here. Never took place, huh? So now, let's read this in Micah. Let's see what they're doing. This is Micah 2. And I read this to you guys a couple days ago, but I'll read it again, okay? Let's just go to Micah 2 real quick. Let me see where I want to be. Let me see. When the peace land. Okay, here goes. Micah 2:1. It says, what sorrow waits you who lie awake at night, thinking up evil plans? You rise at dawn and hurricane them out, simply because you have the power to do so. We know who that is. When you want a piece of land, you find a way to seize it. Manifest Destiny. The 1848 war. You know, when you start talking like that, you realize what these guys have been doing. They've been seizing land, taking it out of their authority. And it wasn't just one nation, it was 2. When you want someone's house, you take it by fraud and violence. Didn't they do that? 1846, 1848, then all of a sudden, Mexico, half of it is gone. When they came here, they said, yeah, we're going to help you guys. But they gave us pestilence. Thanksgiving is really that. They want to eat us. They want to sit down and eat, and then they kill us. They feed us and kill us. Now, the white one tells us to leave, and the black one says, leave your shirt while you're going, while you're out the door. Yeah. They take it by fraud. You cheat a man of his property, stealing his family's inheritance, because this is our heritage. This understanding, these lands, our food, our people, our wisdom, our knowledge, our harvesting, our dialect, our hair, our style, like everything. Now you want to be us. It's funny because I thought we were just beaters and wetbacks. Then it says, but this is what the Lord says. I will reward you evil with evil. You won't be able to pull your neck out of the news. Out of the news. Out of the news. What is that? Let's get another hint, fam. What does that look like? Who can you attach this to? Who used this and attaches it to them? We know we went through this, but now they want to play the part that they went through this. Well, Micah 2 says that these guys that steal from you, right? That claim that this is their land, that this is their heritage, that this is their Bible, right? It says in Micah that you cheat a man of his property, stealing his family's inheritance. But this is what the Lord says. I will reward your evil with evil. You won't be able to pull your neck out of the noose. You will no longer walk around proudly, for it will be a terrible time. After 1865, now we see the drop of this tribe. You see, I've been finding, watch this real quick. I'm going to jump on it now, matter of fact. Because, and I've told a couple brothers to watch this movie. It's called Antebellum, right? Wait, hold on. Antebellum. Oh, no, it's the wrong one. Wrong file. See if I can find it.
I understand you think you are the...
I need you guys to watch this movie, Antebellum. Okay? This movie, this girl here, right? She's having an interview with a Caucasian woman. And they're talking as nations. Okay? I want you guys to pay attention to that. All right? Because in this very same movie, well, first of all, I found this. Okay? Let me pause this real quick for a second. I found this. And then I found this. All right, this. So I'm going to show you this first. I'm going to show you this first because last year, I was kind of bugged out about this movie, okay? Last year, I was bugged out about this movie. Hold up. I was bugged out about this movie because I was catching things in it that I was like, wait a minute, man. It's telling me something else. See, when you're a spiritual man and you understand the scriptures, you start discerning things that you see. So throughout the movie, they're saying certain things, right? But listen to this part here. So I'm not going to ruin it for you guys, but this is a scene where they're playing the Civil War, like reacting to Civil War again, okay? Listen to what they say, all right? It's 1 minute 21. Hopefully, if they start kind of like trying to block me, I'll move it around. But let's just listen to what he's saying. Let's go. It's at the end, but I want to show you guys the whole thing, and then I'm going to show you the video that I showed you earlier.
I want to congratulate you on our defeat of the Yanks at Millikins. This is what victory looks like. We got those blue-bellied bastards on their heels.
Blue-bellied smelly bastards. They used to reference certain people of color blue. Now they're going to try to reference it as the jackets, right? But it's something else. Watch. Because in this movie, they're trying to remind them. So let's go.
Washington in our sights. But we must never relent. We are descendants of the gods. And we will fight with the same immeasurable courage and vigor. We will sacrifice our blood and fertilize this soil of our homeland. This is the only hope we have of retaining our heritage, our way of life. This land was always ours.
Here's the part, fam. Let's go.
It is our rightful inheritance. And rest assured, our national estate will not be stolen from us by these traitors, to America.
Traitors to America, right? Okay. Watch this. Hold on. Look what he says. See, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, fam. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, okay? So listen to what he says here. Let's go. Remember, he said these traitors, and look what he calls them. And then I'm going to show you something else too, to prove my point. Let's go.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the court, they were on top of us. So, had converted to being a Jew, they also, Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We were under we said, these are our allies. 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 Turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We were under we said, these are our allies. And those very same allies turned against us. So again.
Allies. 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 That's what he said. These are our allies. Now, I heard this last year, and I showed you guys this video last year, and I'm like, I stayed with it. It continued to help me with my findings. But now, I'm going to show you this here. So let me go to this. Let me read this real quick. Let me cut some scriptures out, because I do have this. I didn't want to read it now, but I'll read it. I didn't want to. Just forget it. Let me just read it. Proverbs 29, right? Watch what it says. Proverbs 29:11. It says here, a fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keepeth it in till afterwards. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. You hear this? The poor and the deceitful man meet together. The Lord lighteneth both their eyes. You see this? The poor and the deceitful man. We see these two nations again. And if you listen to their lies, you're all wicked. So all of you schools, so far, we've showed that you're wicked as hell because your root comes from a wickedness. 2000 past. Scripture said, I did not send them. Fear them not. So you're in the street trying to tell people, putting your foot on their face. The scripture said, don't fear them. These suckers ain't going to make it. They're not the real people of the book. That's one. So now let me show you this real quick. Because I found this interesting.
Negotiating rate.
And, I try to move on from topics, but it's like the Most High just like, nah.
This can be stressful and time consuming.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. All right. So here, we're going to see what this guy does today. He goes to this school, this channel called African Diaspora. Okay. So these guys are the same guys. Let me see if I have it. Hold up. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see. Nah, that's the sister that I was going to tell you guys. I'll show you in a bit. Give me a second. Oh, here it goes. All right. Look what he's in that chat. He's with them. Okay. Man, stop it. What's wrong with you guys, dude? He's with them, fam. And this is the same people that are teaching this. Okay. Let's go.
Knowledge is power.
Listen, I saw this video the other day and I was like, I have got to share this with you. Now what you're going to see is a very passionate white man really getting in the behinds of black people. But it's not for the ordinary reason you would think it is, like racism or something like that. He is basically saying y'all hard-headed and y'all ain't listening, and Malcolm X tried to warn you years ago. And we're going to bleep it out because he got pretty, spicy, but check it out.
Interesting to see the black communities in Chicago and New York screaming bloody murder now because these illegal immigrants are coming into your towns, being sent into your towns to take over your shelters for your homeless, take your jobs, everything. And now you're pissed off? I've been warning you folks, you black folks in the inner cities for years. The white liberal politician is enemy. Malcolm X said it in '65 in a speech. The white liberal is the black man's enemy. He's a fox. He says that he's going to help you for his own personal agenda. And here is another fucking example of that. But yet you'll keep voting for these liberal politicians that give a fuck about you. Hopefully this...
So yes, you heard him admonish the black voter and saying, Malcolm X told y'all in the 1960s, the white liberal will use y'all for their agenda. And he pointed out Chicago and New York. Now y'all whining and crying about the immigrants coming over there and taking the spot and taking over and inundating the neighborhoods. But he said y'all signed up for continuing to vote for the party who is allowing them to do it. And that's the Democrats. And so listen, y'all can do what y'all want with that. But when I listened to that, I said, ooh-wee. Because how is it that man, a very white man, might I add, invoked that of Malcolm X to indict the black community for voting for oppression? Because that's what we do when we vote for the Democratic Party. And if you don't believe me, go look up what's going on in Chicago with the immigrants and all the other Democratic states like New York. The immigrants are taking over there too, and the people that we as black people vote for the Democratic Party, they are saying, what we got to do for them, we got to allocate all this money and take care of them, put them up in all these hotels and stuff. So again, this white man, he's almost as mad as we are about the Democratic Party. But you know what, though? I get his frustration because it's like, how y'all keep voting for something that's bad for you? How? Like, make it make sense. So that white man brought up Malcolm X to convict black people about voting for the Democratic Party. My God. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of this.
This is one of many that they posted about our people. Just complaining. All right, so here we have Nate the Snake from IOIC. Here, let me show my face. Nate the Snake from IOIC. Okay. I don't hide from anybody. So this Nate the Snake went to these guys. And in this video, he says a couple of things. Typical, Canaanite doctrine, right? But then he brings up 2 books. And that's actually one that I care more about. The other one I don't give a damn. Well, yeah, 2 of them. Actually, that's one. So let's listen in. I'm gonna go into pieces. All right, I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing. Let's go. Let's start off with what he says.
Comer, since the last time he was on, tell people just a little bit about.
Since the last time he was on, so he knows that their doctrine, that their what's it called? That their agenda does not include our people. They don't see us as theirs. Okay? But this devil here doesn't care about you either. And I'm going to show you guys today. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second, fam. Let me see if I can invite this person here. Because he wanted to supposedly debate. Let me see. Oh, my bad.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I don't want to embarrass him because, some people get all offended and stuff. Hold on. Here goes. Give me a second. So I'm going to invite somebody here in case they want to come over. All right. Now, here is what we got so far. So he's been here before. And he goes through a spiel about a little bit.
And his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So this was on the continent of Africa. Most people, believe it or not, Phil, a lot of Christians believe that Moses spoke to the 12 tribes of Israel in London or somewhere like that.
I don't know what that is. All right, let's go. Let me get to the point. Get to the question. Let me see if I can get to the question.
Enemies up and there.
Well, he does that whole ship thing, right? Hold on.
Verse 64.
64, like Fopi, right? They couldn't break down. See, they break down like the whole scattered, but then they just walk over the whole gods of the nation. Hold on.
Back into taken down, worship some.
There you go.
Shot! Matthew 28. Meaning,
Can you read that and explain it to the audience?
Here it goes right here.
Oh, I'm getting feedback. I got it. Now I got a question for you.
Yes.
All right. So hold on, I'm getting some feedback. Where are they coming from? Hold on, I'm getting feedback. Okay. So I want you to give me a scripture and explain it. I want you to look at Genesis chapter 15, verse 13. Read that and explain it to the audience.
Okay. Genesis chapter 15, verse 13.
It's after this one.
This is
my bad, Pam.
Hey, God, so mad that we
Here it goes. Right?
constant suffering.
Here it goes.
All that from the time of 1492 with Columbus all the way up to today. And it's been longer than 400 years here.
All right. So some people would say, well, what is it that we done that made God so mad that we constantly suffering yet?
All these curses, thou shalt cleanse the head nation. Go ahead.
Chapter 3 and verse 1.
Only have I known commandments.
Therefore,
on 2021,
Give me a second, fam. I don't want to listen to the whole thing.
We have now.
Here goes, right here.
You don't got to keep no law.
Here goes.
Keep making the same blasted mistakes over and over and over. I hope you got that, Phil.
Yeah, I definitely got that. Now it's some other questions that we have. Now on our platform, I call the nation of America Babylon because of the wickedness that's in this nation. Okay, with this,
So as you can see, he's asking questions regarding, some understanding of the Bible, right? Calamity has fallen. Hold on, let me see. According to the scriptures. Hold on a second.
Oh, pestilence. You know pestilence. You know that word that you can't. Okay. Matthew 20 prophesied pestilence and evil. It shall be like, how of America. And it's about that in Revelation 7. Let's get that.
Revelation
7. But I'll say for not saying Phil.
yeah. So okay, so you mentioned about separation. So there's a group of people here in America, and I'm more so along the lines of.
Fam, I'm looking for the question that he had because he's like, yeah, you got people here, like all kinds of groups come in and they take our jobs.
Black final outcome, like it's.
Therefore, shall
was the scripture you had pulled earlier. Jump down to.
So what is it with the people that want to hold on to the wickedness that's here? What's going to happen to them people?
You know what, fam? Y'all can read it. Y'all can watch the video if you want. All right, so let me just get to the point because here's where he starts going into the actual material. All right, so let's go.
Unable to pay China back. So now China owns the airport of Zimbabwe. They also help run their police force. Saying is the truth. All right, this is John Ogilvy. This was a book written in 1671. Okay. Africa being an accurate description of the regions, or Egypt, Barbary, Libya, and there's a long word there that I can't pronounce. But let's go inside the book. Go inside the book. Let's zoom in at the top. This is on page 341. This is about Africa. Watch what it says. Many Jews also are scattered over this region, meaning the region of Africa. Some natives boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger. Others are Asian strangers who fled either from the desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or from Judea, wasted and depopulated by the Romans, Persians, Saracens, and Christians, or else such as came out of Europe. Now, these were the black Jews that came out of Europe, whence they were banished out of some parts of Italy in the year 1342, out of Spain in the year 1462, out of the Low Countries, that means Netherlands, Amsterdam.
All right, so here's the first book. Actually, he brought three of them. I didn't even care too much for this, but I'm gonna debunk every single one of these books, fam. Okay, every single one of them. We saw what he did. The book's called Africa being an accurate description of the regions of Jadada, and he says John Ogilvy. Hold on.
Let's go in Libya, being an accurate description of the regions, or Egypt, Barbary, Libya, and there's a long word there that I can't pronounce.
All right, so it don't matter. So he's talking about this book here. Okay. He's talking about this book. That's somewhat of a reprint, but he's talking about this book. It's an old book, 1600, right? He said 1600. All right, here we go. It's a geographical history of Africa. I retract that. That wasn't the book. That was Godfrey. That was the actual same book that I brought out to you guys yesterday, breaking down how he had written some information of the Americas, and then he had also written some books regarding Africa. So now all of a sudden, they always reference America, but then they never mention Africa. In this book, he goes and uses Africa as an excuse to claim that supposedly Hebrews went over there. But yet, when you look at Shlomo Sands, his historical research, just like, the 13th tribes from Arthur Koestler, when they go deep into history, they find out that a lot of these people, so-called Jews, were fucking converts. 100% converts. They weren't no Hebrews. They didn't have no lineage, no experience. I've showed you guys also the book called the New Voyage to Italy, where it expresses clearly these guys are fake. So I want to make that correction. Give me a second. Hold on. All right, that's what he said, okay? I think it's the same book, fam. In order to find the exact same thing, I'm going to have to look through it. This is 1600 by John, A Geographical History of Africa, written in Arabic and Italian. John. Okay. It's right here. If I can see, for all the Negroes, let's see. Let's see something. Let me see. I have it if I don't find it. All right. I'll find it. But in one of these pages, which I'll keep looking, it says here. He's talking about different opinions of the matter, right? He says, for all the Negroes or blackamoors, take the descent from Cush, the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatever difference between the Negroes and the Tani Moors, certain it is that they had one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of the Meshraims, the son of Cush. But the Tani Moors fetched the pedigree from the Sabians, and it is evident that Saba was begotten of Ramah, which was eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. So in this same book that he's talking about, it's literally saying the contrary. And I, because of the writing and the style, I'm sure this is the book. Hold on, let me see something. I saw something I made. Will it show up now? It won't show up. I'll find it, fam. I'll find it. And if it's not, I'll be the first one to admit that I was wrong. But it is really weird that it's like literally same person, first name, Africa title, 1600. I mean, come on. Don't be fools. And in the same book, it literally touches on this right here. Here, there's the page right here. Look. See, it looks very similar. The first book of, and then it says the original people of Africa. It's literally identifying them. This is in the 1600s. Okay? It's saying that the blackamoors, the Negroes, take the descent from Cush. I'm not making it up. It's saying it right there. Tani Moors, saying it right there. 1600. Leo Africanus. I don't understand. Okay, but let's continue. That's one. But let's go.
Unless first baptized, and then no otherwise made use of than to show you something.
Here's the other one.
Right. Here's a book, The Negroes and the Jews by Lenora E. Burson. Let's go inside this book. Okay. Let's go inside and let's take a look what it says. Go to the top.
Page 212.
Okay.
This is all he's going to show you.
To be Jewish is legitimate.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
All of the native inhabitants of that region were non-white. When Spain expelled its Jews in 1492, many of them went to Africa. It seems probable that some of them were brought later to America as slaves.
See that right there? You don't learn this in school, that the Jews from Spain that were kicked out were made slaves in the Americas. Go ahead.
The spirituals never sing of African rivers. It's always the Jordan or the Red Sea. They don't sing about African chiefs or kings. It's David or Moses or some other Jewish characters from the Bible.
Right.
That's all he reads. Okay? So IUIC Nate, this is all you read. And it doesn't even say that. It's not even talking about that. This is the book right here. The shadow. No, it's not the book. What are you talking about? Not the book, man. Get it right. What's wrong with you? Not even the right book, bro.
The Negroes and the, okay.
Here it goes right here.
Let's go inside.
The Negro, right? Let me get it. Sorry, wrong link. It was right here. Yep, same person. Let me borrow it. You're gonna follow me now. Follow me now, fam. Okay? You're gonna see if it's true. So let's go to that chapter. He's in page 212, right? He's in this page. The Negroes claim to be Jewish is legitimate, right? The Negroes claim to be Jewish is legitimate. The land of Israel is located in West. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, now let's go up a little bit. I'm going to take you to the beginning of the chapter. It's in 195, I believe. 195, yeah, it goes here. It's called White Hipsters and Black Jews. We'll read the first page and then I'll skip it and go to the points. Large number of Jews and Negroes are a desperate search for personal identity. They seek to find some ecological niche in the futureless, chrome-lit American wilderness. None better illustrate, albeit in exaggerated form, this preoccupation that writer Norman Mailer and entertainer Sammy Davis Jr., both of whom have attempted to find themselves by placing reverse roles. Okay? In what may have seemed a parody of national mania for creating stereotype, Mailer and Davis, in the years before the emergence of black militants and the resultant racial polarization, seized upon each other's negative group image, polishing up in their imaginations and doomed it in the belief that it was a impregnable suit for armor. Davis, who the scandal-mongering tabloids dubbed a super spade and a lover of white beauties, became a convert to Judaism. All right. Let's continue here. An examination of the bizarre examples of a Negro who sought security and power in Jewishness, or a Jew who sought masculinity in a fantasy of negritude, reveals many of their unspoken emotional assumptions that more conformist Jews and Negroes still have about each other. Okay? It's like, okay, I see what you're saying. Jews, however, are not alone in their sexual conflicts. That it says noted sociologist Calvin Hurton noted that interracial sex occupies a significant portion of the fantasy life and frequent actual life. You see how my camera sucks? It sucks. Hold up. Anyways, I'll let it sit for a while. Our nation's attitude toward, well, let me skip this. All right. So let me just kind of show you guys here some of the things. Let me see. Hold up. Dark pants, black man is a sexual animal born. Let me see. The black women have some reason. Oh, let's see. Pure Negro sexual exploitation, the class, 23 to see, and the words of all special fascination, man. You can this passion. Hold on a second. I'm trying to show you guys something. Watch this real quick. This is what they're saying. It is the Jewish intellectuals living in mortal terror of being affixed by that American word of opprobrium, sissy, that most strongly championed the cult of the Negro primitive. Damn. I'm telling you, they have a reason to do this. And they're kind of using you, but you don't see it. Hold on a second. Where is it at? This is about 12, 15 pages, fam. Sorry, about 20 pages. And I'm looking for I don't want to skip any of the important things. Let's see. Hold on. Booker T. Washington's immigration. Where are you at? Intellectual time. They found a story. Pianos, Negro, New Negro, James Baldwin challenged the thing, this and that. You guys can read it. Obviously, it's a good book, but I'm trying to get to my point, so bear with me. Be patient. Mark the oppression, the Negro, American sex life, all of that stuff. Give me a second. You want cats, could be that. Usually guys around 25. See more 15s, 30s. View of the near. Jazz queen. We know who's involved in music. We know who has power of all of that. Okay? I'm looking for one particular important thing because it literally tells us something very important about these two. Very interesting that it is brought to our attention in this way. Because, like, every 2 years we have a movie about slavery, and every 2 years we have a movie about Holocaust. Right? Claude replied, I don't know exactly why or what is, Judy, but there seems to be a strong attraction between Jewish people and Negroes. Most of the white girls you see going around with colored fellows will be Jewish, and most of the white girls you see going around with colored girls will be Jewish. Among interracial marriages, Jewish figures prominently as the white partner. We see that often. These marriages are not frequently among the best these marriages are most frequently among the best educated whites and Negroes. We see this often. It says here, a complex of reasons makes Jews more likely than otherwise to marry Negroes. Jews seek higher education in greater numbers than other groups. Listen to this. They are more inclined to be intellectuals and committed to civil rights. They are frequently in rebellion against stifling family bonds. Breaking the taboo against marriage is an outsider with an outsider is a tempting form of revolt. A Negro partner represents extreme defiance. In addition, Jews suffer from the feeling of generalized guilt, which tends to make them identify with Negroes. They have feelings of physical inferiority which are lessened by associating with Negroes. All right? Norman Hortz, Jewish, the stocky, tough-minded editor of commentary, wrote in a controversial piece called My Negro Problem and Ours. It is wrong for a man to suffer because of the color of his skin. Besides the cliche propositions of liberal thought, what argument can stand if be respected? If the argument are the arguments of feelings, they must be made to yield, right? And no one's own soul is not worse placed to begin working a huge social information. Not so long ago, it used to be asked of white liberals, would you like your sister to marry one? You know, you could read through, right? Then it says, so watch this. This honest and difficult confession of emotional confusion and moral conviction brought an almost immediate response from Ralph Ellison, who was still licking his wounds from his set to with Jewish dissenters Irving Howe. Ellison unhesitantly labeled Potthorch as one of the new apologists for segregation. Okay, watch this. Let me continue. Assimilation, no matter how frequent, forbidden is sought by American ethnics and racial minorities, and in particular Negroes and Jews, is also greatly feared. The fear involved is almost primeval, I guess, and is a terror of being swallowed too. Then it says here, do the Negro, there is the knowledge that once he sets out upon the roads of assimilation, he is destined to be a member of the caste elite in an artificial setting, and thus he necessarily deprives himself of the contact with black masses. The promise of assimilation, no matter how often it has been broken on the white end, has nonetheless resulted in the creation of castes within the color code based as the large system or shades of darkness. The fairest black men of them all have come all too often colored white men consciously acting out a pathetic and macabre parody. Let me read it again. The fairest black men of them all have become all too often colored white men, consciously acting out a pathetic and macabre parody. Then it says here, to Jews too, the dilemma of assimilation is very real. All right, watch this. It's still these American Jews can never quite convert the inner, slowly, physical, patriarchal text. All right. Although some Jews look to Negroes for their sexuality, there's no evidence that Jewish play any role at all in the Negro sexual fantasies. Yet there are 10,000 Negroes in the United States who claim a Jewish religious identity. What is it these Negroes seek from Jewishness? Remember, Nate read this book. The best answer would seem to be some positive affirmations to their existence and the illusion of power. Such an illusion is fostered by the Jewish stereotype. Before Negroes ever came into contact with real Jews, you hear that? Before Negroes ever came into contact with real Jews, the black mass is identified with the Hebrew of the Old Testament. Negro eschatology looked towards a Moses to lead the black folk into a promised land of milk and honey. Page 28. After emancipation, Negro leaders became obsessed with the Jewish model. Pay attention. After emancipation, 1865, Jewish leaders became obsessed with the Jewish model. The Jews presented to the generations of Washington, Du Bois, W.D. Du Bois, a black man whose daddy was white. So they presented him to Washington. Interesting. Two heads. And Rustin, the image of the most successful ethnic minority in the United States. Their example, while in sharp contrast to the Negro reality, enticed Negro leadership. So who motivated these so-called Negroes to join their fictitious conversion? These Israelis. Their example, while in sharp contrast to the Negro reality, enticed Negro leadership. Those who had risen above the marginal bottom, identification with Jews seemed to offer an end to ostracism, meaning that they won't be in hiding anymore. The great number of Jews participating in civil rights causes and Negro charities offered at least to the black middle class the promise of a white hand in partnership. Woo! Watch this. This gets deeper. Among the middle class Negroes, even today, there's a appreciably less anti-Jewish feeling than there is among middle class whites. The conversion of the nightclub entertainer Sammy Davis Jr. is a classic example of the Negro who sought a Jewish identification. Davis was born in Harlem. He grew up in Vaudeville. As a member of the Wills Manson Trio, a Negro dance act, he lived apart from the usual black world and therefore was less affected by the harsh discrimination. Yet, as he grew older, he became increasingly aware that the segregated nature of the American life, clubs in which he performed, barred Negroes, patrons where he entered refused to allow him to register. The same time he was suffering these rebuffs, he was being treated as an equal in the world of show business. The entertainment industry is unique. It is dominated by Jews. It is to this very day. It is dominated by Jews. A large number of vaudevillians, Sammy Davis, were Jews, as were a large number of nightclub entertainers, a high proportion of theater owners, and nightclub proprietors are Jews. In addition, Jews are among the most prominent Broadway producers. At one time, almost all Hollywood moguls were Jewish. This shows of power, along with the relative lack of basis in the industry, encouraged Davis in his belief in the strength and beneficence of Jewishness. Let me see it. The Moors Last Stand, the life of Boabdil, Muslim king of Granada, the Moors Last Stand, the life of the king of Granada shows how black and Moors fled to Africa. Conveniently, they were Jewish. Yeah, right. Conveniently. Check it. But it gets even better, bro. Check it. It says, at one time, let's see. This shows the proper power. Okay, let's go. Eddie Cantor, one of Davis' early boosters, in turn, introduced him to the schmaltzy, ersatz world of showbiz, Judaism. And it is a brand of religion unlike the Catholic, right? Watch this. Catechism practiced at Port O'Brien's movie, blah, 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 blah. Davis admits to a ravenous appetite for acceptance, recalls his seminal encounter with the Judaism, spotting a mezuzah that hung in Cantor's dressing room. He identified it as a holy Hebrew charm. Plainly, Davis asked, "Do you have to be Jewish to wear one?" And he answered, "I'm sure the sentiment is what counts. I don't suppose God cares very much what floor we do our shopping in. just as long as we go to his store. So hardened by this reply, Davis goes on to describe Jews as a swinging bunch of people. I mean, I've heard of persecutions, but what they went through is ridiculous. Really? Okay. There wasn't anybody who didn't take a shot at them. Really? Mexicans? The whole world kept saying, you can't do this and you can't do that, but they didn't listen. Mexicans? It's beautiful. They just plain don't listen. Mexicans? They get kicked out of one place. Mexicans? So they just go on the other next one and keep swinging like they wanted to, believing in themselves and their right to have rights. Watch this. But the great thing is that after thousands of years of waiting, holding on, the fighting, they finally made it. So I saw Davis philosophize the affirmity between the Jews and the Negroes. The Jews have been oppressed for 3,000 years instead of 300 years like us. But the rest of us, very much the same. Watch this. I traced them from one end of the earth to another, despised, rejected, blah, blah, blah. Okay, for thousands of years, you see this, right? But they were different. So here goes. Page 10 to 10 and 11. Here's the bottom part. Here, we're getting close here. Okay. Davis concludes, I believe, and the reason I read this before, so you can see the chapter, because you need to read it in context, fam. You can't isolate one piece. Can't do that. Anyways, I believe a very large chunk of racial things is a question of changing images that remain in the people's mind. The way the entertainers proposed to do was by becoming Jewish. See? By becoming Jewish. In this way, he hoped to alter his own image. Confabulate. If not societies of himself. Bizarre in Davis' conversion might seem to be white world. It is not singular. So watch. Oh, no, let me keep reading this. Okay. It says here, a bizarre as Davis' conversion might seem to the white world, it is not singular, that which distinguishes his conversion from that of other Negroes in his celebrity. You see that? This is what Nate read. Davis is well enough known to have been admitted to a white Jewish congregation. Other black Jews have been forced to organize their own synagogues. Black Jewish congregations are made up of Caribbean island Negroes who are descendants of miscegenationist marriages between the Sephardic Jews and the blacks, descendants of slaves on Jewish-owned southern plantations. Man, come on, bro.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Let me read that again. These Negroes are descendants of miscegenationist marriages between Sephardic Jews and blacks, descendants of slaves on Jewish-owned southern plantations, left over from Back to Africa movement of the 1920s, Marcus Garvey, and recent converts. What? Yes, recent converts. The conversion begins with the Great Migration in 1915 and hit their peak in the 30s and 40s. They're almost solely a northern urban phenomena. They are almost solely a northern... Oh my God, dude. They are almost solely a northern urban phenomena. Some converts are open about the source of their religion alliance. Others in greater need of support claim to be, the Falashas. In greater need of support claim to be the Falashas, who have only recently discovered that they are offspring of black Jews of Ethiopia, which they don't even call you guys their people, and claim a pedigree that goes back to King Solomon and Queen Sheba. Black Jews exist wherever there are a large number of Negroes in Harlem, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. That book that they brought out, the Negro and the Jew, that person's from Chicago. I wonder why. Their rituals range from impressionistic versions of Jewish ceremonies to exact replicas. Their instances is testimony to the desperate desire of American Negro to find an acceptable self-image. That's the problem. That's the problem. We're finding out who you guys really are. We're knowing that even though you don't want to admit that your true generational understanding comes from these folks. So I'm seeing really, this is the game they're playing, fam. They're playing chess with each other, right? See who wins, who classes more games, while we are on the lookout looking stupid. Every Saturday, 65 black Jews, most of them from Philadelphia, come to worship. Services are conducted by Rabbi Abel Resp, a 48-year-old Negro who is the leader and the creator of the community. Resp, a tall, well-built man who sports a goatee and mustache, was born and raised in North Philadelphia. During his youth, he saw this predominantly white Jewish area turn into black slums. He recalled, "My father was a janitor who liked to read the Bible and used to say, 'We're the descendants from the tribe of Judah. We are Jews.'" Rest clung to the idea. Unlike the word Negro, Jews conjured up to him a rich history and culture, a religion, alien language. The sort of thing, Rest noted, that gives men worth. I remember when I was in my 20s, a friend took me to a meeting in South Philadelphia of Negroes who considered themselves Jews. Rest shook his head. They were racist. They considered white Jews imposters. They held the white man with little better than an animal. It was just the same old evil we'd all been suffering from. But in reverse, we hate them rather than them hating us. Nonetheless, Rest could not shake the idea of being Jewish from his mind. One hot July night, it was 1948, I had a vision. Remember we talked about the vision? The initial class was regarding the vision. The vision, remember? What, you guys forget already? It was Isaiah 29:11. Remember? Isaiah 29:11. It was one of the first verses. And the vision of all is become to you as the word of a book that is sealed, which men deliver to you, that is learned, saying, "Read this, I pray thee." And he said, "I cannot, for it is sealed." I had a vision. I woke up and I heard a voice crying, "Seek God. Seek God. The Lord, seek him." I wanted to put the sheets over my head. Then I heard a sound of rushing winds, followed by a dream of two men with faces bright as the sun, but they black, who approached me and gave me a Bible. And I heard a message: "Every word that is written here will be fulfilled." The rest responds with a 7-day fast and constant prayer. He was somehow convinced God wanted him to preach Judaism to Negroes. He brought a Hebrew grammar. He bought a Hebrew grammar, a Hebrew prayer book, and taught himself about his chosen faith. Hey, let me read that, bro. Let me read that. Hey, well, unrecoverable cut there on them fools using snips, and our simple people swallow that BS without verifying their claims. They have to search deep to find snips, ignoring truth of their Canaan. Thank you, bro. I'm glad you catch. I'm glad you're following, because it's literally like he brought the next page is going to say what he says. Watch. It says he brought a Hebrew grammar and a Hebrew book, prayer book, and taught himself his chosen faith. He started with a group of Philadelphia blacks. He reached others throughout street corner oratory. His message: Judaism offers the Negro self-respect. Nate, the Negro claims to be a Jewish, begins to be Jewish, a legitimate land. Negro claims to be, I'm sorry, let me read it right. I'm getting tired. The Negro's claim to be Jewish is legitimate. Why? The land of Israel is located in Western Asia, borders of North Africa. All the native inhabitants in that region were non-white. When Spanish expelled the Jews in 1492, many of them went to Africa. It seems probable that some of them were brought later to Americans as slaves. Their spirituals never sing of Africa, as you can see. Then it says, 10 years after Rep's self-conversion, his congregation was torn by the decimation of militant black nationalists in the guys in the black Muslim movement. It says here, in 1958, long before black nationalism surfaced into white world visibility, he had exploded into consciousness of the black ghetto dwellers. Referring to his split, Rep said, "Some of the discerners were racist. They said I wasn't moving fast enough to the race question. They claimed I was being paid by the white man to keep things quiet." Losing black nationalism members was not, however, the only problem to plague Rabbi's Rep. He was also forced to contend with a rising tide of anti-Jewish sentiment. These feelings were fed by the fact that in North Philadelphia, many of the white landlords, shopkeepers, pawnbrokers, and constables were Jews, as were many of the white teachers, doctors, and social workers. Most Negroes resented the Jews, whom they believed alternatively repressed them and offered them clarity. Assuming that rest has been attracted to Judaism because the power structure from this vantage point seemed Jewish, Negroes were angered by what they considered to be his betrayal. They refused to shout at our children, "Nigger Jews!" They laughed at them for being poor. They thought it was ridiculous for anyone who was poor to be claimed a Jew. As a result of this, the rabbi and his family and 4 other families moved to an isolated area in New Jersey. It says here, between 1920 and 1960, these colored sects were greeted with derision by the large Jewish community. The rabbis were considered charlatans, their movement a joke. An American ordinary must graduate from a Jewish theological seminary, of which there are several in the United States, before he calls himself a rabbi. It says here, when they recovered from the initial shock, most Jews were bemused by the spectacle of Negroes trying to emulate them. Oh my God. Nate, you read this book. It was then the gag line about Yiddish-speaking Negro handyman was born. Boss, replies the black linguist to a question regarding his legion. Don't you think I got enough trouble just being a Schwarzer? You could read this. It literally like, man, look, I'll end it with this. The ghetto violence of 1960 and the open expression of anti-Jewish feelings by black nationalists have made the Jewish community look for greater sympathy on these small black Jewish congregations. By giving the black Jews some measure of recognition and support, the white Jews hope to maintain the goodwill of at least some Negroes. Damn. Let's see this. I'm going to show you this because I think I missed it. But in this very same book, we find this here. In this page, it says, black Jewish congregations are made. Oh, no, I did read it, but let's read it again because this is important. Black Jewish congregations are made up of Caribbean island Negroes who are descendants of miscegenation and marriages between Sephardic Jews and blacks, descendants of slaves on Jewish-owned southern plantations. Okay? That's what it seems like. Now read this. Watch this. Humor, too, divulges a people's self-image. These are the two kingdoms, family. Here they go. Remember I told you? Hold on. I need you guys to see me because I don't want to. Hold on. I need you guys to see me because I'm going to read this, okay? This is a testament that I have not been lying. Scripture said that whatever prophecy they're teaching you doesn't come true, that's a lie. I've been showing you guys who these guys are. And I've been saying that it seems like two nations have been really dealing at this. Well, let's listen. Humor, too, divulges a people of self-image by indirections to the joke. By indirection, the joke indicates the value of the groups that invented it. Watch this. The joke also serves as a safe expression of those emotions that have been most carefully repressed. Since Jews value things of the mind, the Negro elevates the physical prowess. There is not even a humor much that they share, with the exception that both see themselves as a victim of Anglo-Saxon way. So now we see that the right-hand man of this white man is the black man. Since Jews value things of the mind, and Negroes elevate physical prowess. That's what it says. Jeremiah 17:5. Matter of fact, I'll read it right now. So you guys are done. You heathens are done. And you sellouts that are in there, you guys are done too. Stay in there. Go ahead. Give your daughters to these fools. Go ahead, man. By all means, I don't give a shit. Anyways, I hope you burn. You're the 2/3 that I hope you get destroyed. Thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man and make it his arm flesh, and whose heart departed from the Lord. What did the Lord say? What did the Lord say? Deuteronomy 18:20. But the prophets which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. Why? Because, verse 22, when the prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that it is the thing which the Lord has spoken, not spoken, that prophet has spoken it presumptuously, meaning boastfully, thou shalt not be afraid of him. Prophets with authority. He's speaking with authority. They worship this guy. So they're painting the picture of they want us to hate this tribe, this Anglo tribe. That's what they want. But now we're seeing, because like, for example, you know those people that they do something, they're always blaming it's kind of like the brother or sister that you have that she's always blaming, or he's always blaming you of something they did. Yeah. You guys got to be mindful, family. But you know, we're almost at the I don't want to say almost. We're almost at the end of the class. All right. So let's continue with he's gonna show one more. He's gonna show one more. Let's go.
And let's take a look what it says. Go to the top. Okay.
Negroes' claim to be Jewish is legitimate. The land of Israel is located in Western.
And we know now who said that. That black rabbi who nobody believed, who was a convert, who saw a vision in his dream, was a vision, a dream, and God and some angels told him to teach the Negroes, the converts. Nate, this book says you guys are converts, but you use the same material that says you're a convert. I got more.
Asia and borders on North Africa.
Who are reading, you either are our people or you're not. And if you're not our people, man, I hope to the Most High you burn slowly. But if you are, I hope you're a coon because you're dumb, bro. These guys disrespect you left and right, and you still there. Let's go.
All of the native inhabitants of that region.
Jordan and Moses
Here we go,
and
another one.
Christ. This is what we did. Give me the next book. Yeah, here's another book, Phil. What's the year in that book? This is called Earth and its Inhabitants of Africa. What's the year at the bottom? 1890 source. But there's other old books. Right.
Just talking about areas, fam. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna destroy you guys right now. Popey and all of you guys that use this stupidity. I'm gonna show you something. You love to use this. You love to like, oh yeah, look, it says Guida. It says Guida. Is this what I'm looking for? Hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is after, right? This is later in years. The Guido, right? It says east of Great Popo begins the Dahomey territory, guided by the important towns of Glegwe, known to Europeans by the various names of Fida, Hereda, whatever, Wida. The old writers called it Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Jews. Okay? So that's all he says. 1725, whatever. This is a map from the year 1596. Okay? So follow me, family. 1596. Prior to Israel, Jerusalem was not called Jerusalem. Hold on. Let me. It wasn't called Jerusalem, dummies. Matter of fact, like even here, Mexico, they used to call it Temastitan. In case y'all don't know. Yeah. So in this year of 15 and change, right? The year around 1600, identifying Africans, you guys. Okay? Watch this. You love to use that Guida, Judah, that stupid book, the one that was printed before Kylie, whatever, saying that. So I already know you guys are fake. You guys are government pushing art. I know you guys are boulets. I already know it now. You're the other head. I already know that you can't. Your kingdom is done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You better kill me. You better kill me for this stuff to end, because it's not going to end anymore. I already know you guys. So this whole Guida thing, look, fam, if it was true, then why the hell are they calling Jerusalem Hierosolima? Hierosolima. They couldn't pronounce Jerusalem, fam, so they spelled it that way. Hierosolima. Hierosolima. Hieroglyphics. Hierosolima. Isn't there a town called Lima here? So, anyways, that's another point. But look, why do you guys say, oh, it's Guida? Why is it called Hierosolima? Where do you get Guida out of this? Or Judah? Stinking Canaanites, bruh. You see, the people here too, by the way, I got a brother. Yeah, I'll call him a brother from Ethiopia. They don't like you guys. Stop trying to say that they're your people. They're not. They themselves say you're not their people. Okay? So, hey, look, the link is here. I'm still waiting. Prove me wrong. Okay, here we go. Okay, so who are they then? Taylor, Frankfurt, who are they? Who are the Africans? Jairo Salima. Where do you see Guida or Judah? You're going by assumptions. You're going by, oh, this references. And look, I don't even know why you're, okay, first of all, bro, are you not, you're not reading anything that we're showing? Do the research on what? Are you an African? If you're not an African, then don't worry about it. You don't even know the Canaanites. Oh, and you do? So why don't you create a channel and educate us? Taylor Frankfurt with a funky picture of the drug addict with blue eyes or green eyes. You're stupid, bro. How can a grown man have those pictures like that? Oh, here we go. Hey, stick around, dude. Anyways, I'm just wasting my energy with you. Look, listen. The old writers called it Judah. Really? They called it Judah. I don't believe it. So now let's continue. So that's another one.
Right here was called the myth.
Oh, I see what it is. Hey, fam, this guy's from IUIC, and that's why he's over here mad. Look at him. You can respond to what I'm saying. How come you? Why don't you come on? Come on, man. You know you can't cuss. You don't have. I can't cuss. You mean I can't call you an ass? The Bible calls people asses. Look here. He's one of those guys. Native American Turk is related to Hittites. That's what it is. He's a Wabo family. All right. Anyways, so let's go to another one. All right. Here we go right here. So he brings up this other book. So far, we've debunked 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Okay, let's go.
Book was published in 1864. Now, Phil, in this book, they give you a map of the continent of Africa.
You're looking at them, Taylor.
Can we zoom in on the blue first? Let's go over to the blue.
Looking at your Canaanites. You're looking at them. Who are they? Amortize? This isn't a mortgage, bro. Do you know what amortize means? Damn, man, you are dumb. Do you know what amortize means? Amortize has to do with mortgages. What are you, dumb? You don't even know how to write. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on break because you're dumb. I'm gonna put you on timeout because you're dumb. What are you talking about, man? Anyhow, all right. So here's the map that they show. Okay, check it out.
The blue on the continent of Africa. I need you to zoom in so Phil can read it. Highlighted. I got it.
Got him. I need him to say the book.
Sir, on this by Allen. Okay. The name of this book is The Lost Tribes, a Myth.
The Lost Tribes, a Myth. Do you guys remember Los Indios Somos Israelitas also helped me point out some of the things, and I went into that chapter and started reading it? Okay, so let's get it. Let's get it, okay? Let's get it. The Lost Tribes, a Myth by Alan Godfrey, okay? So he's all adamant. Oh, all right, let's go. So he's going to show, I'll show you what he's going to show. Watch this. What does it say? Many don't know our mother culture in Mesoamerica is traced to Peru, and there's evidence in Lima that traces to, told you, dude. See what I'm saying, man? It's beautiful. Family is beautiful, man. All this is coming to fruition. We're seeing who they are. We're looking at the enemy. It's really becoming clear. There's no confusion. There's no 12-tribe chart. Oh, yeah, Cesar, what's good, brother? Hey, shalom, brother. Shalom, bro. Hey, you know, that's my slave last name, man. We may be related. Check it. So it goes like this. Where is it at? Lost Tribes. You know, I used to have a neighbor. We used to call him Chao or Chava. It's funny, man. You reminded me of him. Appreciate you. Anyhow, so in this, see, here it goes. 1974. He uses his book, Lost Tribes of Myth, okay? The Lost Tribes of Myth. Hold on, let me go here. Make it bigger so you guys can see. So he's going to show the map.
Suggestions towards rewriting Hebrew history by Allen H. Godby. Now, this book was published in 1864. Now, Phil, in this book, they give you a map of the continent of Africa. Can we zoom in on the blue first? Let's go over to the blue. On the continent of Africa, I need you to zoom in so Phil can read it. Highlight it. I got.
All right. So as you can see, he's using this map, right? Highlighted. Now, in this map, ironically, you won't find any synagogues at all. Zero. Okay? So he's going to go through this map. He's going to try to explain it to me and all this and that. What to you people, right? That's what's up. Check it. All right? So this is what he shows. The Lost Tribes of Myth. He's like, yeah.
To our people. Watch. Christ was black. Moses black. Jeremiah, King Solomon. These were all black men. Sarah black. Abraham black. Adam and Eve black. Everybody that was for the Most High in the Bible was black.
Blackity black, blackity black, black, black. And he's going to say it too at the end. Watch.
What we would call black today, Phil. And that's what's been lost and destroyed in the minds of our people. Was there any other books or no? Was that it? Okay, that was it, Phil.
And you see, based on that map, the so-called Middle East was Africa.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, and he tried to prove it and he couldn't prove it. Then he said something else. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, I got you, bro. I got you. So we know now Afriki. That's a good book too. We'll read it on another class. I'm not going to show you guys yet, but it's great. Check it. They are not black. I know that for a fact. That's for sure. Check it. Watch this. I'm going to show you the book. So he goes to there. You see the map? There's the map. I'm not lying. See, I like to show so you guys see that we're not lying. This is the way that you're supposed to teach. This is how you bring up scripture. You bring scripture, you bring facts, you make statements that correlate the scriptures and history. You don't say, oh, let me take a picture of this. I'm gonna isolate, and I'm gonna magnify it, I'm gonna switch it around. Look, but don't look at that. That's no. And plus, we already know these guys were prophesying 2000 was gonna end. So that already, in a nutshell, should have been over. But I wanted to give you guys more food, something to chew on. And I hope my brother, Ezekiel, who is in these schools, bro, I still love you, brother. You my brother, man. You helped me a lot. And I pray that the Most High wakes your ass up. I really do, bro. Because I know you're our people, brother. I know. And you know you want to change. But sometimes you got to just swallow your pride, bro, and accept the fact that you're wrong. Here's why I'm going to say this, okay? What's it at? In the page before, the very previous page, I don't even got to go that far, okay? Look what he says in the very previous page. Mr. Mayor Shapiro, in a second letter, informed me that he knows of the above Montclair congregation of Negro Jews. There's another in Newark, New Jersey, and several in other American cities where there is a considerable Negro population. You see, he's still calling them Negroes. Some are of the commandment keepers. You don't say. You mean the ones that were preaching that the end of the world was going to be in 2000? Yeah. Commandment keeper type, mingling Judaism with Christianity, IUIC, and some of Ben Zion division holding to Orthodox Judaism. Their respective leaders are readers after the fashion of a Jewish shalag, whatever, travel from one branch to another to strengthen the brethren. and incidentally to collect $1 per members as weekly dues. Their spiritual work consists chiefly in teaching their flock very little Hebrew and saying with them some ritual prayers and arguing and urging ceremonial observance and stated festivals. But this raises again the issue. Was not that about all the Judaism that much of North Africa ever had?
Wait a minute. Who are
Some young Jewish Negroes in Harlem employed among the Jews do not belong to either above proselyte movement. They just called you a proselyte, Nate. Being placed with their Jewish employers, they have chosen to take on their religion and have learned Jewish prayer and go to daily to synagogue of their white Jew friends. W.E.D. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, what's the guy name? Something Franklin. All of them. Now we know. Boulays. It says, what is that not Jewish? Okay, cool. Sounds good. And being pleased with their Jewish, if you consider the spread, but in considering the spread of Judaism by the institution of slavery, this present tendency should be remembered. In these cases of proselyting among the American Negroes are submitted without criticism. Their significance has already been stated. They show what was always possible in Africa. They prove what has been done there through centuries after century. There are few scholarly volumes upon those more persistent and well-organized expressions of religious thinking that the writer classes Jewish heresy and sectaries have included very few of their phenomenon of Yahwist or Jewish history. The above cases also show that Yahwinism of the great Old Testament prophets, when distorted into a pretext for a single racial pretension, only sets each race touched by Yahwinism to asserting itself to be that mythical chosen or superior race. That candid historian smiles at all these claims as baseless, but the passionate struggle between liberal spiritual teachers, proselyters, and their opponents have not been occasion for smiling. Watch this. Savage Africa, page 31, 1864. Hold on. That's why it says here. That's why it says here on the bottom. The Minoan Philistines. The compiler, here, I'm gonna magnify it, because I need Nate. Nate, I know you're blind and you're old, but I think you read. The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew that Philistine and the other Cretans were in oasis strongholds, meaning equator, controlled by Egypt. Casluim, out of which came Philistine, and Caphram. It is not possible on such a small map, to show all the surviving Philistine communities. You see this? These are all proselytes. That's what it's saying. So I'm going to show you something. You know, that whole time, I always asked them about this book. In the video that I showed you, right? We don't need to see his punk ass anymore. We're good. In the video that I showed you, and this one right here. I think, hold up, let me see. Because we're almost done, fam. We're almost done. I just want to point this out. Where are you? Assassination, I think. This one.
Devastating collapse of local population.
I started noticing these things, right? So here, I got to bring up this book, and that's when I first started bringing it out, back in June of last year. It's like he's been mixing for some time. Sephardic Jews, like that's why my brother, you know, I call you brother, Joshua. That's why, bro, it's hard for me to really agree with you, man, because I just keep finding these Sephardic Jews, bro. Like, damn, they really did a number on us. And they're a part of this whole thing because they're using the African American man as a pawn, bro. And the elites between them two are really doing a number on everybody, bro. Nobody's catching these guys. I don't know why. All praise to the Most High. He's letting me see it. But see, back in these times, I was like, bro, why are you saying all that? Why are you teaching all these things? I think it was this time where he didn't bring out the material. Was it here? Let me see. Oh no, it wasn't this one. It was this one here. When lunacy, what is it at? This one. I started wondering.
Christ was black or Yahweh.
They were teaching a bunch of different things. Right? These guys right here, their doctrines were changing.
Circumspect.
Yo, girls, I don't know if that's true. Which we teach now.
what we teach now, right?
Teach now. So I was like, man, this is become the Most High started opening my ears and my eyes and my spirit. So I started questioning a lot of the stuff that I was being taught. And because I like to read, well, I guess they thought I wasn't. So here goes. This is back in June. Okay, hold up. I think it's June. And I'm like complaining. Watch this.
People. So they use this here. This is IUIC, right? They use this, and I'm gonna call them out. They use this to show us that the so-called Africans were in here. That after 70 AD, they all scattered here in this place, right? So as you can see, it's not really clear to us. Now, I had requested this, and I never got it from them.
This is last year, fam. Okay, remember the scriptures that says that whatever is prophesied and it doesn't come true, they're not the true prophets. Now, I'm not calling myself a prophet. I want you to be understandable about that. What I'm saying is that the Most High is revealing stuff to me, and it's coming to fruition today. Habakkuk 1 and 5 and 1 and 8. It was prophesied in 1611 BC. 1,300 years later, it was mentioned again in the golden age of the Moors. 1,300 years later, we see it again in that book. That's not coincidence. That's the Most High giving us hints, because he even said it in Habakkuk 1:5. I'm gonna show you guys, okay? Because we're almost done. I've been at this for 3 hours. It says, then the Lord said to his people, keep watching the nations around you, and you will be astonished at what you see. I'm going to do something that you will not believe when you hear about it. So when I found out of the 2 conquistadors, I'm not gonna lie, fam, I cried. Because I knew that what I was going to bring out might hurt people. And if I was lying, I might destroy people. So I'm thankful to the Most High that this is showing up, because now I'm not wrong. And I'm going to continue even harder now. In a year, I've done 200 and what? Hold on a second. And this isn't boasting. This is energy and strength of the Most High. In a year, I've done 246 videos, and each one averages about 2 hours. That's of the Most High. Let's continue.
So this map, these things I found outside once I had left. Okay. So as you can see, there's not much to see, but you trust these men to tell you the truth, right? You can't see shit. Well, as time went on, I kept looking for it, and eventually I found it. So let me show you something. Okay. So that right there is this. It's a little bit better. So I'm like, okay, it got a little bit better. And then I saw something in the middle. This. And I couldn't really see it. It said Libinier. Like, looks okay. So then watch this. Then all praises to the Most High. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me save that one, because I'm going to mention something real quick. So that same map, right, that you couldn't see before is now visible, right? All right. So I couldn't really find it when I was with them, but then I found it outside. So I also found that this map has this written on the side. Okay. And I found this like on the other map, right? And it was clear. It says Jewish Kingdom of Granada, 300 AD, by white Libyans, Berbers, white Libyans. And you could see, keep reading, Jews, Jewish. And you know damn well that One West Camp says Jewish. Look at this. Hebrewisms in Africa.
At the bottom reads, it says, this puts it about 270 miles west from the something later Timbuktu. Huh. Yeah, they like to say that it was black folks that did that, but it looks like they're white Africans. Right.
Yeah. That's an actual book, which I'm gonna look for it. Hebrewisms in Africa. Meaning what? Ism. Not like ish. Not the actual thing, but like it. Okay? So then honestly, then I started really being curious, because I couldn't see that. And then I found this. First of all, this. White Libyans. It's right there. Right? Of Jewish influence. The name suggests Yemenite Jewish influence. Yemenite,
As you can see, I've been chasing this since last year. So there's no excuse. And again, I want to show you this. All right. And I'm gonna end it with this and then a couple of scriptures, and then we're done. In this very same book, this map is here. Why did they never show us this map? They never, ever, ever disclosed this map. And this map is the other side, like in the east of the Mediterranean, all of that, India and all them. And in here, you actually see that there were synagogues. Look, Palestine placed Jews on the Caspian coast, Jewish here. Where is it at? Where are you? Is this the map? Maybe this isn't it. Oh no, this is not it. Hold up. This is another one. Here's the other one. Here's the one I was talking about. I'm gonna look through that. I'm gonna look through that one actually. I haven't seen that one that well. This one. They never showed us this one, fam. They never showed me this one. Ever. Ever. And in this one, you see like a bunch of, look, Jewish colonies, Jewish survivor among nomads. Genghis Khan had a Jewish Mongol troop. Mongol Jews persecuted by Christians. Look, Peking synagogue once here. Synagogue here formerly. Synagogue once here. Synagogue in 1670. You see what I'm saying? Look. And then it says Phoenicians, something about whatever. Black Jews. We already showed you what they look like. Ben-Ami Druze, black Jews, they weren't African. You see what I'm saying, fam? Why didn't they show us this here? Why didn't they show any of this here? No, they were focusing on Africa, blackity, black. Yet this other side has more proof. Iranian Jews, Greeks, Jews, Caucasian Jews, Baku Jews, Parthians, Bakari, by the way, there's a tribe called Bakari tribe here in Mexico. I'll do it another day. I'll remember that. So as you can see, why are they hiding this? Look, Yahoo cutting something, Kataban, 1500 BC. You will not find one synagogue in that map of Africa. Why hide this from us? You didn't think it was important? See, I just find it very, very interesting that they never shared this. And all of a sudden, like, oh, well, we didn't need to go over there. We don't have no, really? You should have gone there first, maybe. This is why, family, that class I did with you guys, did together about our migration, that's why all of those things are important, fam. That's why all the things are important. Now, remember they was talking about black people, this and that and this and that. Okay, well, I'm going to show you this. And then I got some scriptures. And that's it, because I've really been keeping you guys a while. So I apologize, man. I appreciate you guys being here, though. Let me see if I can play this brother now, because I like him, man. I like the classes he's bringing out. Let me see if it plays, because it has been playing. So let's see if I can find him now. Let me see, brother. Hopefully you can play. Hopefully you can play, bro. Come on. Because I want to prove something. This is what they're telling you guys up in that school, okay? This is what they're telling y'all. Hold on.
I remember.
No, that's not it. That's man worship. I already know you guys do that. You guys love that shit. It's all good. Canaanite stuff. Hold on. Where are you? All right. I know where to find it. Hold on. I got you, brother. I got you, bro. Hold on. Where are you? We go right over here. Watch this, fam. Watch what they're teaching, okay?
Keep provoking the East African OG, knowing that
this guy is from Ethiopia, okay? So let's go. Watch this. I know you heathens don't like it, but oh well, man. Take it.
Once again, these black Americans who claim to be Israel, they keep provoking the East African OG, knowing I am coming for that head. You know, I'm seeing a lot of them do not even allow the video to be stitched or duet because they know the real Israelites are coming for them. It's on nowadays, my brother. So what I'm going to play here is this video of this Black American man trying to use these images to represent Black American women, as well as call them Israelites. I want you to listen to the things this man is saying.
They wanted to kill all the men because of the beauty of the women. They said because of their women, they might deceive the whole earth. Israelite women are the best looking women. Ain't that right, sisters?
Okay. Now, of course, our Afro-Asiatic Israelite women who happen to be in North and East Africa, yes, our women are the best women on earth. Black American women are not Israelite. They are not Afro-Asiatic. They look nothing like these women they're even showing you in this AI generated, image.
That's right.
They look nothing like this until their white master got a hold to their grandmother, and had a couple of scenes of ghetto gaggers.
And we've been proving that miscegenation, right? We've been proving it. We've been proving it left and right. Let's go.
You know what I mean? That is when these people started coming out looking like us, you see. To prove my point, even after hundreds and hundreds of years of mixing, and no, it was not all by force. That is another lie told by Black Americans, A lot of them consensually, mixed with not only...
That's actually 1830, not 1930. I think he was referencing the book that I had brought out. U.S. Black slave owners, 19 out of 30 were... Oh, okay, I see. You see that? 19 out of 30 were Black American ladies. Damn. Let's go.
Mixed with not only the white American man during those days, but Native American men, the Mexican men in the Southwest. You see, these things were all...
And listen, family, I don't ever want to get carnal, but I know that damn well that's an issue why these FOPI guys, these BHIs, they hate you, Raza. Because I'm just telling you from experience, bro, I never knew that I had, at that time, very carnal, I had mad game with them. And their men hated me. Well, hated that. Anyway, hate me. They hated that. Like, where you seeing that guy? Anyhow, let's go.
Consensual. It was not all by force as if these people had, to be raped. No, because they were the lowest people in the U.S., you see. And when you are the lowest, anyone could just say, hey, you look good. And then boom, you jump in bed with them and hey, it's on and popping. You can do this right now to this day. This is on my dead ancestors. That in the U.S. right now, with this man's women, what he's telling you, these Black American women,
not lying.
All you have to do is pretty much compliment them. You compliment, hey baby, I like that ass you got, or hey baby, you looking good with that makeup, or anything, any compliment, you're already working in between those legs. You see, you do not have to rape. You do not have to.
Why do you think this goes for you IOICs? Because I don't know about the other schools. Why do you think IOIC does so many classes about sisters trying to be teaching them to be modest, and they can't wrap their minds around why these women cannot be modest? That's why these other nations go to our women, because it's not in their spirit to be modest, because they're not Israelite women. Let's go.
Take what is,
And then also, you so-called Hispanics that are in these rooms with your daughters that look nothing like these women, y'all are stupid. Because look what he says.
Available for whoever on earth gives it attention. You see, they have no pride. They have no code. They have no real standards and shit like that. Like the real Afro-Asiatic Israelite woman. How dare these disgraceful men try to insult our East and North African women by trying to force their women, into our culture and history. That's war shit right there, my brother. That is war shit. But let me keep playing.
I don't hear nothing. They don't believe it, see? Brothers, y'all gotta help them with that low self-esteem. Here you go. Are y'all the most beautiful women in the world? They don't believe that.
Okay. Now right there, he sent He's copying this black American pastor named Gino Jennings. Gino Jennings roasted every black Hebrew Israelite that is in the U.S., and he is a black American himself. So he got that from him, because that is how, he is when you give him a point. You
Ezra chapter 2 and verse 28. The heathen shall envy thee. Yo, the scripture says the heathen.
Okay, you see, the heathen shall envy thee. This is what he's saying. These black Americans envy us to the fullest. You will even see they have, beauty contest. And if a Somali or Ethiopian lady gets in, the first thing they will say, "Oh, she is only glorified because she has Caucasian features." You
That's funny. That's funny. As you can see, fam, I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. I wanted to show you guys that. Well, why did I want to show you this? Because they're just showing these images about those particular women, right? All right, let's read this. Songs of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 10. Watch what it reads. Yeah, they do. Check it. It says, "My lover is handsome and strong. He is 1 in 10,000. His face is bronze and smooth. His hair is wavy, black as a raven. His eyes are as beautiful as doves by flowing brooks, doves washed in milk and standing by the stream." You see what it says? So now let me read it here. Verse 5, "My beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among the 10,000. His head is as the most fine gold. His locks are bushy and black as raven." Check this out. I'm gonna show you something. Smooth, right? Wavy hair. Now I'm gonna read it in this translation. I found it, and I don't think I have it in this option here. With this other one. So I'm going to read Songs of Solomon 7, 4, and 6. Okay? So they're talking about particular people looking a certain way. Well, I don't see these qualities in you guys. It says, "Your neck is as beautiful as an ivory tower. Your eyes are like the sparkling pools in Heshbon by the gates of Bath Rabin. Your nose is as fine as the towers of Lebanon." Now, family, I've never in my entire life have heard of people say African Americans have those most beautiful noses. Your nose is as fine as the Tower of Lebanon, overlooking Damascus, meaning that it actually comes out. It's not flat. Then it says, "Your head is as majestic as a Mount Carmel, and the shin of your hair radiates loyalty." Okay, fam? This is satin right here. And I'm sorry, you Canaanites. Your hair don't do this. You got to grease it up to do that. But when you do it to our hair, it actually looks this way. It does. And you guys know for a fact we can't deny that. Okay, so now you're talking about, you like to talk about features and we're the heathens and all of this and that. Okay. I'm going to show you a book I got. And honestly, I didn't even want to bring this ever because I think it's petty. Or petty, I should say. But let me show you this. This is from a book called A New Review with Literary Curiosity and Literary Intelligence for the year 1782, Volume 1. Okay? Watch this. Watch what it says. Oh, sorry. This is from page 34. All right? I don't want to be petty, but I'm going to have to be. It says here, "We do not find that even in vapors of the lowlands, which are so fatal in Italy, are at all so in Greece. Abrasia was situated in the midst of the Seine or Fen and had only one avenue to it. But to return, one remarkable proof of the superior beauty of the ancient Greeks and modern Levanters, meaning the Israelites, is that there is not being such a thing as a flat nose, which is one of the greatest deformalities of human figures among them. Scholargy goes as far as to assert there's no such thing as a Jew with a flat nose, and that all the Portuguese Jews have aquiline noses, which is the reason that such nobles are called Lisbons. The nose a la Juba, meaning the nose of the Jew. Yeah, I want to be petty. You want to tell us that we're not the people of the Bible, that we came out of you guys and that we're a mixed stained seed. But it talks about shiny hair, wavy hair, beautiful nose. Y'all don't have beautiful noses. I'm sorry to tell you, you don't. That's not being racist. That's just a fact. Ask any nationality. They'll tell you. You guys don't have that. Just a fact. Don't be butthurt. It is what it is. All right. So let me end it with this, and then I'll show you one more. That's it. We're good. We're good, man. I think I've done enough. I think you guys should definitely consider about your new doctrine, because you're not the people of the Bible. I already know this for a fact. So we're going to continue this channel. We're going to continue to grow. For all the Negroes or Blackamoors take descent from Cush, the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negroes and the Tani Moors, certain is that they are all have one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines of the Mesraims, the son of Cush. But the Tani Moors fetched their pedigree from the Sabian. And it is evident that Sabah was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because there seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted, meaning we don't give a shit. Check it. We're gonna move on to round two, family. Round two. Yeah. We're gonna get down to round two. But before we go to round two, I want to share this video with y'all, because the map that I expressed with you, right, regarding, matter of fact, I'll share with you. It's this map called, hold on, way back to my files. This one right here. All right, so we got BHI motherfuckers that are always trying to say that the native, you guys, Africa, yeah. That's all the same book, right? The same book that Nate the Snake Roberts brought out. Okay, well, in that same book, it shows that there were synagogues all over Asia.
MESHIACHA.
You know what I'm saying? So before they go and assume shit. Now, they did bring out this book later on. And by the way, just give you a warning, fam. That was a video from 2023, late 2022, early 2023. And I'm sure you guys didn't even notice that shit, because I'm the same. I trust me. I trust who I am. I don't deviate from nothing. This is what you see is what you get. When you get to know me, you'll know that this is how I talk. This is not an act. Así hablo, güey. Así somos, cabrón. So now, anyways, going back to the point, this is the ancient trade route. This is from Palestine to India, right? From Palestine to India and China. It says something of ancient Hebrew settlements in whatever that is. Now, I have the book. Hold on. Give me a moment. Let me find it. My wife moves stuff around, so forgive me. I don't have access to it right away. Matter of fact, I think she fucking helped me, to be honest with you. I love my wife, man. I don't know about you haters and shit that don't love women. I love my wife. And by the way, it ain't gay to have sex with a woman. That shit is stupid. And you can have sex with a woman and not be gay just because you want to not develop kids. I don't know what is going on with you white people, bro. Y'all are fucking crazy. White people are not believing that it's gay to have sex with a woman. Can you believe that shit? It's fucking real. We're in a different time zone now, all of a sudden. It says here on the bottom, from Palestine to India. Hold on. Do I have the map here? No, that's not the one. Hold on a second, family. Let me get the map, and I want to read that to y'all so you can see what I'm seeing. This book is thick. Hold on. Oh, great. Am I going to find it? So this is the map from Asia Minor. Hold on a second here. Ancient trade routes. Okay, maybe it's on the same page. I would like to read that to you. If I can, well, maybe I'll catch up to it the next round of the class. But I think it's important that you guys can see it. All right, you know what? I'm going to look for it, to be honest with you, family, because this is a big ass book. There's 700 and something pages in this book. Okay, so forgive me. All right, you know what I'm saying? It's like I gotta get to it right away. But anyways, as you can see, we debunk funk. This is what we do here in this channel. We debunk funk. We don't like this bullshit story. Y'all calling us $5 Indians, well, then guess what? $5 Negroes need to step off the fucking game. Or, well, you know what? I'll say it like this. If you really feel froggy, right? FBA, BHI, ISUPK, IUIC, Captain Taserface, General Yahana, whoever the fuck it is, GMS, y'all see the link. Show me that we're wrong. And I'll stop teaching this shit. But it says here something about ancient Hebrew settlements. Now, why is this important? Because I have to admit it, family. Some of these people from Asia, I think they may be our people. But let's listen in.
The Chinese history has a 4,500-year unbroken record. But you know what? The Chinese history stretches until 2500 BC. Now, Taoism came about 6 BC.
道教大概是公元前6世纪来的。
About the 5th BC, you have Confucianism.
That's right. I can't show you the map while TikTok plays, or I guess. So this is a reminder. I'm not saying we're Chinese people. What I'm saying is we have a relation with those people. And these West Africans have been telling us otherwise. We have a relation with all these people here. And these Africans from West Africa predominantly have been teaching you otherwise. Or Canaan, or Edomites. I don't know. Some of you Negroes look fucking white as fuck. Like, seriously, y'all lighter skinned than me. What, you just have woolly hair and thicker lips? That's it. I got a bigger nose than a lot of you motherfuckers. What the hell? It's like pathetic and shit. For real, bro. Like, I got a bigger nose than some of you motherfuckers. Like Fopi, what's his name? Quana? Bro, my lips are thicker than yours. My nose is bigger than yours and shit. Or just because you got a tan all of a sudden it makes you a Negro? Shut your ass up. And let them know that I'm talking about them.
And you have Buddhism. So the big question is, what about those 2,000 years? Before Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism, what did the Chinese people believe in?
The very first emperor of China is Huangdi. He's called the Yellow Emperor. Di means emperor, and Huang means yellow. And this emperor reigned from 2500 BC, 1,000 years before Moses, to 2400 BC. And it is attributed to him that all the Han Chinese people come from Huangdi. It's also attributed to him that the Chinese writing system was developed. That's 2,500 years BC we're talking. Moses lived around 1500 BC. 1,000 years before Moses, Huangdi existed. And under his reign, a writing system was developed. You could almost say he's a bit like Abraham. From him came the Chinese people. But what sort of God were they worshipping? What sort of God did the ancient Chinese believe in? We think, well, they're all into Taoism and Confucianism, and they're into Buddhism in China. Yes, today that is the case. That's predominantly the main religions of China. But these religions entered China around 600, 500 BC. And Huangdi lived 2500 BC. So the question I want to ask is, what sort of God were the ancient Chinese worshipping before Taoism and Buddhism?
pay attention to that. You see how that says dated in 500 BC? Well, guess what, family? This map is an ancient trade route. The city of Medes, meaning it's way before AD. Do you know what I'm saying? It's an actual... Sorry, there was a little mosquito or something. This is from 500 or I believe 300 BC. So this correlates to what he's talking about, that before Taoism and Buddhism and all that shit, they believed in one God because there were synagogues all over Asia. And they called his name Yahoo. Or Yao. Yahweh or Yao. Yao or Yahweh. Sometimes you can't pronounce the H at the end, but it makes perfect sense.
And Confucianism came into China. There's a 2,000-year gap there. And the answer comes from China's greatest historian called Sima Qian. He is highly respected. Very few criticize this man. And when he writes, people take it as fact. And he wrote that Huangdi built an altar in Taishan to worship a god that they called Shangdi. And the Shang dynasty is unique because they kept records, they kept documents. And when you can record things and document things, you can record history.
What is interesting is this. We have very clear historical records.
很有意思的，我们有非常清楚的历史记录在。
For the first 2,000 years of their history, the Chinese people worship a singular supreme God and not many dozens or millions of deities. They worship a God by the name of Shangdi. The Chinese people from the beginning call him Shangdi, the king that lives above the Most High God. Some
of you may wonder, like, how are they even like connected? Well, through Lot. And I think that's a very good point, especially because I have a book where the Japanese people express that history. And I've never showed this stuff. Like, I've never had to bring this angle of my teaching because it didn't require it, you know? But if you guys want, I can prove it. Like, they admit it themselves. It's a very thin book, to be honest with you. I'm not going to look for it right now. But if you guys want, bro, like my email, hold on a second. Is my email listing? No, I took my email off. Hold on. Let me change that. You guys can reach me via email, bro. Hold on. Email. There you go, right there. Y'all can send me the message if you guys want. Okay, and then ask and I will provide you the information. 144K is woke@gmail.com. You understand? So let's continue.
of them call him as Tian or as Sang Tian. China's greatest historian was a man by the name of Sima Qian. In his classic historical records, he recorded of a king called Huangdi, or the Yellow Emperor. Now, Huangdi is supposed to be the originator of all Han people, Han Chinese.
皇帝基本上是所有汉族人的始祖。
He lived around 2400 BC to 2500 BC. That means right from the beginning. And Sima Qian recorded that Huangdi actually built an altar in Taishan, which is the mountain in Shantung province, to worship Shangdi God, the one supreme God.
Here is the letter for Shangdi. There is no image of him. There is no sculpture of him. There is no idol of him, because they didn't believe in idolatry. They just wrote a character to describe Shangdi. Now, Huangdi, we are told, built an altar to worship Shangdi. And every year, the ancient Chinese people had a major event, a major religious event called the border sacrifice. They met every year, huge crowds to worship Shangdi. And Confucius tells us the ceremonies of the celestial and terrestrial sacrifices are those by which men serve Shangdi. And on that day, the emperor became priest. Now, this is very similar to the Day of Atonement of the ancient Hebrews, where they met once a year. And the high priest became priest and represented all the people. And here the ancient Chinese emperor, the king, became priest, and he offered blood sacrifice as atonement to Shangdi. And if you go to south of Beijing today, southern Beijing, you'll have this massive complex, the Temple of Heaven and the Altar of Heaven. There's the Temple of Heaven. There are no idols in there. There are no statues in there. There's the Altar of Heaven, where this blood sacrifice used to be offered once a year.
Sima Qian also recorded in his historical records a comment by a Han Dynasty scholar. In other words, 上帝 is another name for 天。
上帝就是天的另外一个名字。
And he says this: the spirits do not have two lords. In other words, the Lord your God is one. There is also a song found in the collected statues of the Ming Dynasty. Now let me translate it for you.
这个要为大家解释一下了。
Of the old in the beginning, there was a great chaos without form and dark.
在创造之初，一切是混沌灰暗的。
The 5 planets have not begun to revolve, nor the 2 lights to shine.
5颗行星尚未运转，那2个光体也未照亮。
In the midst of it, there existed neither form nor sound.
在这当中，既无声响，也无形体。
You, O spiritual sovereign, came forth in your sovereignty and first did separate the impure from the pure.
而主权之神啊，唯有你出来判断所有清浊之分。
Now notice the order. You make heaven, you make earth, you make man. All things became alive with reproducing power. Doesn't this commentary sound exactly like the book of Genesis? Long before Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism.
早在这些道教、儒教、佛教之前，
Before there were temples that were full of idols for you to worship.
在那些有很多庙宇、那些偶像拜敬之
For
前，
2,000 over years, the Chinese people worship a singular supreme sovereign God who is the creator of heaven and earth, and his name is Shangdi.
Felt like I had to share that with y'all because of the matter at hand of the map. You know, again, we've been lied to, fam, for quite some time. And I don't think any of us deserve that. So, if there are any haters out there that would like to step up to the mic and claim that I am incorrect 100%, the link is there. I always make it available for y'all. I don't bite. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I just want answers. So if I'm wrong, or if collectively, family, if we are wrong, then prove us wrong. How can I say this, man? Pues así como la pura neta, güey. Una mula bola de pendejadas, homie. And not only just pendejadas like pendejadas and shit. I'm talking about insulting pendejadas. You know, you have dumbass wabos, completely West African looking. Your hair, your face, your flat nose, your big lips, your dark skin, you know, your phenotype that is of Africa. You cannot sit here and tell us you're not African when you look just like them. They are laughing at you guys. Now, it's like you're trying to tell white people they're not from Europe. They're Asians. Yet you cannot find any kind of food or clothing relative to us being in Asia. Now, Asia's pretty broad. So what kind of Asians are you talking about? Now, I guess, you know, one of the things we're going to hear today, right? And they're always banging on so-called Mexicans. Let me just be real with y'all, man. This whole thing about the 12 tribes, if there wasn't no so-called Mexicans on that chart, these NEGROES would not have a problem with y'all. Those are facts, okay? So let's see, Middle Eastern people. So these are the so-called Middle Eastern people, okay? And they're asking, you know, well, I don't see no Mexicans in Egypt. Well, I don't see no Mexicans over there in Iraq. You know, I'm like, bro. You know, last time we went to Mexico, went to Qatar. You know how many so-called Mexicanos were dressing up like these guys, and they were actually believing them. You have a variety of skin tones, a mixture. You see this one example. It's East. Look at this right here. You gonna claim them too, or do they have to look like, I don't know, Denzel? Pretty darn dumb of you to think that way. But anyhow, before we go into this, um, you know what's worse? Making fun of a history that you have no clue what it's really about, and yet sitting here expecting people to believe the bullshit that we know it's not ever so clear anymore, or I was not ever so clear before. Now we have a very full understanding of the seditious, Canaanitish, Hamitic ways of your mentality, the bipolarism, the schizophrenia that leads to depression, that leads to pretend syndrome. So, but at the same time, we also know that also leads to extreme covetousness, jealousy, because you have what we call no escrupulos. You're empty in your spirit. There's nothing more for you to reach for. Only this. Let's go. Let's begin.
And I'm gonna let y'all go. Look, y'all. I'm gonna drop this gem on y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I'm gonna let y'all go. Watch this. This is the Indian training schools. They had schools to teach them how to be Indians. Watch this, y'all. Now, look what it said. What did they do in the Indian training schools? Watch this. Such things, they taught them such as farming and housekeeping. Now, come on, y'all. If they from this land, why they teaching them how to farm this land? I want you to go to the Library of Congress and pull up the information about their farming schools, about their Indian schools, y'all.
Your laughter itself should be enough to show how ignorant you are of the history of indigenous people. Because all these schools have massive graves. You truly hate yourself that much that you try to steal someone else's culture. Now, those schools were there to teach us how to be more human, civilized, because we were considered savages. However, your people, not by words, were not considered human.
No, they were actually indentured servants. They were also black conquistadors, West African servants, West African cooks, West African traders, West African shippers, West African owning of slaves.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Canaan. That's who you are. Now, you got an idiot that comes to this channel, posted early, I don't know what class it was, and he goes, you can't tell the difference between Ham and Canaan? I'm like, bro, you are really from West Africa. Straight up. Because do you not know the difference between Ham and Canaan? Why would I know there's a difference if you are what your father is, remember? Hello? Bruh. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's dumb, man. Let's continue with the insults. But again, this is to reinforce the spirit, family, because we're not destroying. We're building. I am strengthening your spirit, because enough is enough. So I'm trying to feed you my fire. And everyone else is waking up and understanding that there's none of this anymore. So blessed is them that bless our people, Yeshayahu's children, right? But curse them that curse us. And I'm going to show you an example after this video. Okay, let's go.
There's a big difference. To the white man, you were considered property. And through centuries, the fight for equality continued. And now that this is coming to a reality, people like you are coming to indigenous people with this, trying to erase us from the map. But see, when we ask you to speak the language, to give history of the land, tradition, dances, people like you stumble.
or the diet, or the cheese, or the milk. I mean, you are officially, and you're right, brother, all will be revealed. They are lactose intolerant. They can't handle cheese. They can't handle because milk is cheese, right? I mean, cheese is milk. Fermented milk is what cheese is. Now in Mexico, we have something called cajeta, and then this other thing called my aunt used to make. It would let the sour cream, I believe, or the milk ferment into sour cream, but then it would make a different type of sour cream. I don't know what she called it, but it was really good. So you have milk, crema, you have yogurt, you have also eggs that are part of it as well, but it's mostly like actual milk, dairy product type. You know what I'm saying? You guys can't handle that. It goes in and it goes out. So the children of the Most High, they were fed goat's milk, cheese, pastries. You need that in order to make that. That's exactly what this brother's saying. But yeah, we'd ask you, okay, well, why don't you tell us about all of these things?
Tradition, dances. People like you stumble because you have no ground. Slavery truly did its job. To some of you.
That's damn right.
It was to rip the identity that you guys had. And you are the perfect proof of it.
Here's another idiot. Here we go.
We're not black. How about that? We're not black, nigga. We're Indian. Yeah. We're Native American. Yeah. How many of y'all grandmothers got Indian in your family?
Your grandmothers have Indian in your families. Well, remember Party Sequitur Ventrum, how they were kidnap our sisters and take them as slaves and rape them? Now it's making sense. That's why you guys only have like 1% of this native land, this native blood. And I'm gonna show you. Your so-called your God, the guy that you follow on TikTok, who says he's a native, but yet everything about his DNA is straight Africanus apparatus. Let's go ahead. Let's go.
Yeah, but what happened to the Indians? We black. Show me black on the planet. Why you stop recording?
He knows the fucking shit.
Why you sound crazy? Nah, because you think I sound crazy.
No, you don't sound crazy. You sound fucking legit. You're talking truth. You're talking truth.
We not black. Race was made up.
You're talking truth.
Race is made up.
Yeah, with the brown eyes.
Show me black. Show me black on the planet.
It was here first.
Show me black. Everybody else, they European. They Australian. They Chinese. They Japanese. Show me black.
See, family? You see? So you are what they call a hybrid. They feel that they are original people because they this is one of the reason why I'm going to read that book again. How Africans do not change no matter how much mixture that you put in. That's why the book was saying that just like natives don't change no matter how much we mix, whether light skin or dark skin, Africans don't change in regards to their features. Y'all have big noses, big lips, and afro hair. That's exactly what the features are. Because we see so-called Africans that have white skin, like the twins. Those are literally white people, but they're okay to call you Negroes, niggas, or niggers, whatever they say to y'all. They literally say that on YouTube, and you guys are okay with it because they have afro hair or big nose or big lips. That's okay with y'all, but they are totally white. They act white, they look white, except their hair, but that's okay with y'all, right? So it takes 1/8 of a so-called African feature to be so-called African, right? 1/8, but it takes us so much to prove that we are who we are. Because I'm going to show you again. I'm going to have to do it. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it as much as I can. You know why, family? Because maybe I have to just be the example and let the forefront show itself. Because I've showed on migrations. It is pretty funny. So-called DNA, the majority of it comes from this continent, and then I end up from those lands of where the 12 tribes, the 10 tribes of Israel were taken, and then after that were dispersed. So you come and debate that shit over. Since you want to go Bible, you can't mess with Bible. You want to go DNA, now you can't mess with DNA. You want to go history, now you can't mess with history. So what else can you mess with us with? Some stupid ass media Mongol here trying to say that he's blackity black or Indian because his mama got raped? Man, shut up.
Black on the planet. We marginalized as entertainers. Already seen the other side.
Marginalized entertainers, you're making millions, man. You're marginalized and you're making millions of dollars. You see what I'm saying, family? What are you going to do? Give this man reparations too because he's black? What are you going to do? You're going to give black slavers reparation money too? How are you going to determine that?
Nigga, I seen the fact.
So here's your king. Here's your God. That dumbass Africanist, fat dude looking, that doesn't like to look at TikTok, wears a stupid feather and thinks that makes him a native. So let's find out what his so-called DNA is, okay? This other, I'm gonna call him brother as a respect because he has his DNA and he's 90% African. So I'm gonna call him a brother in respect out of just as a human respect, okay? But that other dude, nah, I ain't calling him no brother whatsoever. That dude is a straight Canaanite. This man over here, he understands that he's not. And you know what? Spiritually, I don't think he is. He's of the other tribes. Because remember, family, there's tribes in this shit. It ain't just about how you look. Let's go.
And you say go straight to the results, correct? Yeah, I just was curious about your DNA results. Okay. Your DNA ancestry. I'm going to the results right now. Okay. My results, it says Nigerian, 38%. Cameroon, Congo, West Bantu people, 18%. Ivory Coast, Ghana, 14%. Benin, Togo, 10%. Senegal, 5%. England, well, you just interested in the African part, right? You know, mostly. I just wanted to see what percentage-wise of African DNA is running through your veins, my brother. Okay, it says 30. Well, we got that part. Okay. Nigeria's East Central, 2%. And that's all I see. Oh, yeah, Mali, 4%. That's all I see concerning the continent of Africa. Okay, good deal, good deal. My second question was, how much Native American ancestry do you possess?
Listen to this. Let's go.
Well, according to Ancestry.com, again, it says I have Indigenous American, Bolivia, and Peru, 1%. And Indigenous Americans, Mexico, 1%. Well, less 1%. Okay. I appreciate you showing that. You didn't have to, and you did. I appreciate it, but that kind of proves my point to what I'm saying as far as our history. My results are kind of similar, my brother. I'm 55% Nigerian. I've shared my screen plenty of times with the family, and when you take these DNA tests, they'll tell you that the origin of man originated out of Africa, at least about 200, 300,000 years ago. Modern humans walked out of Africa to populate the world.
Hey, now, again, this is, again, if you follow the narrative, so if you make your doctrine of your DNA, then you're gonna fail, because then you're gonna go against the scriptures in this point, because they're going on so-called science at that point, okay? But let's listen to this. I don't know who this guy is, but he made a good point, so I just want to finish it off with what he said, because he's telling the other guy, the Lord whatever, like, well, that's showing his DNA. So what he's confirming is, first you said don't believe in that, and then I think he did this before that video came out. And now he's like, well, I guess you're stuck now. So let's find out how you got stuck.
So now you want to believe in DNA. You've been telling people on this app, don't believe in DNA. DNA is false. Now, since you think the shit's agreeing with you, now you want niggas to believe in the shit. Like I said, every couple of months, you niggas change the shit that y'all believe in. Your ideologies fucking flip. This is weird as shit. So either you're going to stand on DNA, you can use it, or you're going to stand on DNA, you can't use it. Which one you going with? Because you are flip-floppy. Oh, DNA is fake, you can't use it. Lizard, spin the tube. Oh, no, now we can use DNA to prove we are who our grandma said we is. So stand on it now. Since now you're using DNA to try to prove your grandma told you the truth, ain't no going back now. I just want you to know that. Ain't no going back now. It sucks for you, buddy. In a world of shit.
I love it, man. It sucks for you, buddy. You're in a world of shit. It's just lovely, fam. Hey, man, hit them likes, bro, and share. You know what I mean? We're having a little blast. We're not going to be too long on this class, family. It's just a retouch on the iniquity of the transparency. Because again, tomorrow, fam, I think all we revealed. You said that this tomorrow's class is really what I'm focusing on, family. I've put some really meditation, some prayer, and thought on this class that I want to do tomorrow, and that's going to be at least a good heavy point because the similarity between Zionism, and Pan Africanism, which technically, if you look at it, it's Freemasonry, all in one, or Masonry. You know, the whole shit like that, right? So, anyways, let's go back to this idiot right here because this is Mr. Bushman here, and look, I posted it. Nobody responds to me. You see that? Nobody responds. I don't know why they don't. Nobody responds. I mean, I've responded. No, I still have not had anybody respond to me. So, anyways, he brings up this page here again. Where is it at? This page? Okay, is this book here, right? Distinctive Characteristics of the Aboriginal Race. Okay, so we had read this part. Let me see. History, this one. Okay, so that's what he's reading. And he goes and tries to explain in his video, it cannot be questioned. So let me break this down again. Okay, I need you guys to understand what it's talking about here. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go further into this page. So let's tackle it. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with facing the facts because if they're true, then it is true. We can't change it. Can't lie about it. So let's begin. It says here, it cannot be questioned. Remember, it's regarding culo miado. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna make a shirt about that too. Culo miado is running. It says, page 5. It cannot be questioned that the physical diversities. Pay attention. It cannot be questioned that that physical diversities do occur equally, singular, and inexplicably. Okay, so diversities do occur, sometimes single, sometimes in unexpected ways, as seen in different shades of color, varying from a fair tint. What's a fair tint? Fair tint. Fair tint. What is that? A fair tint? You know, like a really fair tint, you know what I'm saying? Like in a car, I guess. Or, I don't know, fair tint? What, this color maybe? You know, it's kind of hard to determine. What, pinkish light? You know what I'm saying? Like fair, you know what I mean? Lights in a way? Okay, cool. Not sure, but let's just kind of go with it. All right? It says here, seen in different shades of color, varying from a fair tint to a complexion almost black. Now, keep in mind that the term black derives from a Spanish term called negro, which means black, like actual, the shade of black. Black is not a color, okay? Just like white. White and black are shades. You understand that? So, negro, in those terminologies, people weren't looking black all over the cross. And if you look brown, they wouldn't call you, hey, you're brown. They would say, está negro. Like we say in Spanish sometimes, hey, está negrillo, güey. So anyhow, let me continue. And this too, under circumstances in which climate can have little or no influence. Meaning what? That sometimes you have people that may live in a hot climate but will still be light skinned, right? Or some people that live in a cold climate, and may just be dark skinned. All right, so let's continue. So also in reference to stature, the differences are remarkably in entire tribes, which moreover are geographically proximate to each other. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian, all right, which is as undividedly. So this word here is where they get stuck. This word here is what this means, okay? It means undividing, undeviating, no showing no deviation, constant and steady. Okay, what more does it mean? All right, let's look up some other words. All right, keeping true to its course, unchanging, unvarying, steady, unwavering. So it says, these facts, however, are mere exceptions to a rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian. Why? Because before we read this, let's understand that he was saying physical diversities do occur, either singular or unexpected, I see from tints to shades of tint or a fair tint to a complex darker black, almost black. And also in some under circumstances, and it doesn't even depend on climate. Climate doesn't even have an influence on these things, right? So also the reference of stature in difference are remarkable the differences are remarkable in the entire tribes, which moreover are generally proximate to each other. These facts, however, so they may be different, they may be taller, they may be shorter, you know what I'm saying? Are geographically proximate to each other. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian. So whether we're tall, whether we're light skinned, whether we're, fat, short, ugly, good looking, whatever, you know what I'm saying? We all tend to be like, yeah, you guys look como si te dicen, pareces mexicano, like what these so-called Africans do, right? They assume you look a certain, you look Mexican. So here's how he emphasizes the point. It's kind of like, here, listen to this. This is their problem, family. Okay? This is why these people have a mental problem. You guys have a mental problem because it's just like this. It's like they read Jeremiah 14:2. Okay? Here's how. Because it's about famine, sword, and pestilence. Okay? The entire chapter is about like that lamentation, lying prophets, people dying. The entire chapter almost, right? So the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah concerning their death. Judah mourneth, the gates thereof language. They are blackened to the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem goeth up. See, we're blackety black, but yet that's not what it's saying. Black means mourning. Look, languish. Judah mourneth. Lament, right? They are black, dark, by implication to mourn. To mourn, heavily mourn. Hello? But if you read the entire chapter, then it goes back to their nobles have sent their little ones to the waters. They came to the pits, found no water. They returned with their vessels empty. They are ashamed and confounded and covered their heads because of the ground is chapped, for there was no rain. So it keeps going and going and going. But yet, for some odd reason, they say this right here determines the entire chapter, which is no different than these dumb wobbles who basically don't understand that he's talking about natives in this entire part right here. And then just for a very big example, he says, which is undividingly characteristic as that of the Negro. Meaning what? For whether we see him in the athletic Carib or the stunted Kaima or in the dark Californian or the fair Boroa, he is an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for being any other race. Nor a fucking Negro.
Copyright disclaimer.
Yeah, that's for cussing. Copyright disclaimer for the cussing part. My apologies. So again, and it's it's perverting, and at the same time comforting. You know what I mean? That's all. That's why I like your scripture, bro, that you brought out earlier. You know what I'm saying? I really like that. Ecclesiastes 1:18. It says, "For in much wisdom is much grief." It's like, man. And he that increases knowledge increases sorrow, because I know that these things do affect our gente, especially when you are, offend you as dumb as them, meaning you don't want to study. The same conformity of the organization is less obvious in the etiological structure of these people. You see this? They continue with the way these people look, which not where no insight do they even consider like, like Negroes. At this point, you'll never hear Negro again on this for the rest of this place at all. You hear Negro one time. Oh, Jeremiah 14:2. As seen in the square rounded head, the flat or vertical occiput, the high cheekbones, the ponderous maxilla, the large quadrangular orbits, the low receding forehead. I had an opportunity to compare nearly 400 cranial derived from the tribes inhabiting almost every region of the North Americas, and have been astonished to find how the preceding characteristics in greater or lesser degree pervade them all. You see this? I don't understand. So now let me show you one more. Check this out. Okay. Let me see if it's this one here. I think it's, over here. That's right. I almost forgot. The next part is this over here. You see this idiot, and whoever's believing him, you're as dumb as he is. Or I don't know, man. You got mental issues. Because what I'm going to show you on the bottom, right? You guys totally ignore what it really says. So let's start at the beginning. Physical characteristics, which relate to the next page over here, but we're going to stay here in the first place. It says, in an adage among travelers, that he who has seen one tribe of Indians has seen them all. You see that? So much do the individuals of this race resemble each other. Hello? Notwithstanding their immense geographical distribution and those differences of climate which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. The half-flathed Fuegian, shrinking from dreary winters, has the same characteristics, lineaments, though in an exaggerated degree, as the Indian of the tropical plains. And these again resemble the tribes which inhabit the region of the West Rocky Mountains, those of the Great Valley of the Mississippi. Those again which skirt the Eskimos on the north. All possess long, lank black hair, the brown or cinnamon colored skin. So that's all he highlights. That is all he highlights right there. Man, quit trying to cheat. Your face.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their
face up? You and your greed, guys. There he goes. You see this? All he does in the bottom, brown and cinnamon colored skin. So that's all he emphasizes. Then it says, though, okay, again, Jeremiah 14:2. I'm not sure why. The heavy brow, the dull and sleepy eye, full and compressed lips. The salient but dilated nose. So, full and compressed lips. So, obviously, let's look up full lips. Full lips, okay? What do you say? That's all you see, black people. No, shut your face up. Compress lips. When have you seen black people with thin lips, family? Huh? When? When have you seen negros de África, cabrones, with these compressed lips? When? I'm asking, please answer, because that's what it says. So these guys see like our gente, like with thick lips and thin lips. That's what this says. That's what exactly it's saying. It says all possesses alike the long, lank black hair, the brown or cinnamon skin color, heavy brow, the dull and sleepy eye, the full and compressed lips, and the salient but diluted nose. So the full and compressed lips, meaning that some of our gente look like this, family. Watch, I'll show you. Let me see if I have it. I think I have it. Is it this one? No, they took it. Hold on. Somebody sent me a video. I think it was you. And was that you? Stop doing that.
The Moors betrayed the...
That's it. I have a video on this hold on, maybe I have it here on YouTube. Let me see. History. Let me go here. I have a video. I think it's a short video of I don't know who sent it to me. Maybe somebody sent it to me or I was looking at it. And I'm not sure if I decided to save it. Let me see if I have it here somehow. Did I put it here? Excuse me. Let me see if I have it somewhere here. Anyways, it showed me a picture, like a video of experience of our gente, and it had our sister. It also had her brothers, I believe, her kids, and you could see the full lips of them. So, like for example, I have thin lips, but a few of my brothers don't, and my kids don't have thin lips; they have thick lips. So not everybody in my family has thick lips, just like not everybody in my family has thin lips. But that's not something we see in Africans, do we? No, you guys all have those unchanging, steady, features, which even if you mix with the white man, even if you're almost as white like bloodline as Bob Marley, because Bob Marley's daddy, Bob Marley's kids will always be white people, but yet they look like them with their hair and all, right? So yet that is okay. Anyhow, so that's what I'm trying to establish your family. They ignore these little things. So now let's move on to the other one. So now this is from James Adair. Now this one was written in 18 something, 1844, but this was written in 1775 or somewhere around that time, right? Watch what he says before I show you other little things. It says here, page 5. It says, it is remarkable that there are no deformed Indians. However, there are generally weaker and smaller bodies between the tropics than in the higher latitudes, but not in equal proportion. For though the Chickasaw and Choctaw countries have not been long divided from each other, as appears by the similarity of their language as well as other things, yet the Chickasaw are exceedingly taller and stronger body than the latter, though their country is only 2 degrees farther north. Such a small difference of latitude is so healthy a region could not make so wide a difference in the constitution of their bodies. The former are a comely, pleasant-looking people. Their faces are tolerably round, contrary to the visage of the others, which incline much to flatness, as the case of most of the other Indian Americans. The lips of the Indians are generally thin. Compressed lips, once again. Compressed lips, once again. And we know why they also get dark, because, they use bear grease. We've seen these before. So this is why I wanted to touch on this again, and we've seen the video. We know where this guy's going. We understand now. It's a joke. You know what I'm saying? It's okay though, fam. Anyways, let's show them a little bit of what you really are about. And no. So now that we see this, now you're gonna have to, you should by now, really, really consider this, okay? Really consider this. The scripture said that you would be enslaved by a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known. Okay? A nation whose language you will not understand. Okay? And these people are going to take your kings or princes and put you in slavery, and you're going to serve the religion that they follow, which neither you nor your fathers have ever known. Deuteronomy 28:36, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee. Now thou, meaning us, we choose this so-called king, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Now it says the same thing in verse 64. Now I know you BHIs love to run this, but I'm not going to read your favorite part. I'm going to read this part because you always ignore it. So it says, chapter Deuteronomy 28:64. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Ezekiel 22:5, those that be near and those that be far from thee shall mock thee, which are infamous and much vexed. Oh yeah, let them. Ezekiel 32:9, I will also vex the heart of many people when I shall bring thy destructions among the nations into the countries which thou hast not known. Okay, so now check this out. Again, you said you'd be conquered by people that you didn't know, from a religion that you had no idea about. You said you didn't know Christianity. The white man invented it. All of that crap, right? Okay, let's go.
This is King Jacob, double honors and all praise to the Most High Yahweh and His Son Yahweh Bashem Yashai. With Limitation 1:1, chapter 5. Her foes have become her masters. Her enemies are at ease. The Lord has brought her grief. Because of her many sins, her children have gone into exile.
We have a BHI wobble, family. I told you. Let's go.
Captain before the foes. In chapter 6, all the splendor have departed from the daughter of Zion. Her princes are like deer that find no pastors. In weakness they have fled before for the pursuer. In chapter 7, the days of her afflictions and wandering Jerusalem, remember all the treasure that was in her old days. And when her people fell into enemy hands, there was no help for her, and her enemies looked at her and laughed at her destruction. You're looking at the Most High, chosen people over in America, American enemy in so-called African American, Negro, color, and Latinos, and the Most High finna destroy the beast, and they were the Moors. These was like Bloods and Crips fighting each other.
Told you, family. Told you. Hold on a second.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
So before we move on to this other topic, what you got, bro? Let me see what you got. Fabi would just say that means all troll tribes went to Africa. Is where they went to worship other gods. That's stupid. Wida, it makes no sense. Wida, Yuda, or Huda, whatever, because at that time, that area wasn't even known as Judah. Don't play stupid with me. And look, family, I'm going to show you. Now we're going to move on to the next segment because, as you can see, we went from Waboism to Africanism to BHIism. And now we got Waboism and BHIism all like matched up together. You know what I mean? Like a nice little party. And I knew this was going to happen. I saw it coming. You guys didn't believe me, but I did. I saw it coming a long time. I figured, you know what? This is a plan. There's a trend I'm seeing, and this is the pattern. And you guys either believe me or you don't. So again, family, we're gonna touch on the whole Mamzer topic. Okay. Now, before I do, I want to read this to y'all, so you guys can see what this is. Okay. This is from a dictionary college book I have. And here's the definition of Mamzer as of 1562. Okay, so that's where the definition started to become somewhat popular. Okay, so let's keep it 100. Let's go. Some Hebrew words have been standard in English for centuries, which that's not true. There's no Paleo Hebrew, so that's already done and over with. We're speaking completely fake Hebrew. Okay, Mamzer, for example, first recorded in 1562, was frequently used to mean bastard during the Middle Ages, and people were familiar with the word from its use in Deuteronomy 23:3. Mamzer became obsolete by the 19th century, but it's still heard in Yiddish, Mamzer. Funny that it's very inconvenient when it's Esau. Esau's lying, but it's convenient when it fits your narrative, your African narrative, your dumb wobble narrative. Meaning the same and half dozen other things, including an untrustworthy man, a difficult man, an impudent man, a detestable man, a scalawag, or even a clever, quick fellow, like a quick-witted. So even they would call a quick-witted man, for example, I don't know, somebody that you think is like quick in answering, da-da-da-da. You're a mamzer. Like mamon. No says mamon. Maybe that's where the origination of that word comes from, mamon. No mames. No mames, you mamzer. Right? So the reason I'm showing you this particular part is because, family, one thing that I've always tell people, right? And I've said it many times to brothers that I may not talk to anymore, or maybe I do, or maybe they don't, they keep their distance. But when I've had people tell me, oh, well, there's just some discrepancies in the translations, and, I don't know if I could believe that book and this and that. Okay, well, listen, I tell them, and maybe they can testify. I don't know. It's up to them. Maybe someday they will. I say, well, listen, if you doubt the new, then you're doubting the old, because every translation has been done by man. So it's our job to decipher the truth and use what we can, because we're all seeing things in part. And the problem with people is that they're respecters of men. They are respecters of men. And Al, man, since you're kind of hitting the scriptures, man, I like where you're going. I think you're in the spirit. Any of respecters of men we're talking about regarding this particular topic? Those that are respecters of men favor themselves because you think someone's going to take your spirit away. But you see, that spirit was never given to you by man. It's not our job to wake to like give you the spirit. It's like the brother Paul said, listen, we we can give you we can bring you the word, but it's the Most High that waters it and makes it grow. We all can do our best, but we don't give you the Spirit. It's the Most High that decides that. So when people tell you, oh, you know what? If you leave this camp, then you ain't in the Spirit and you lose your spirit. And what do? Yeah, you're probably right. You're right, man. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden now, your respect of faith is towards man. Towards man. Not towards the laws, not towards the Most High, towards man. Thank you, bro. Oh, that's James. That's right. I was thinking of 3, but good. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin and are convinced of law as transgressors. It wasn't James. I was reading James 2 days ago. Let me see if I can get that one. That's 2:9. Let me see what I think I was looking at 3. Here it goes right there. That's it. That's the one. Okay, so here it goes. James 2:1. You were not outmarried. All praise, bro. Thank you very much. My brethren, have not faith of the Lord, have not the faith of our Lord, the Meshiach, the Lord of glory, with respect of persons. You see that? Don't let your faith be based on someone else saying it's based on what they taught you at all. Oh, we're the home of the truth, Ak. No, you're the home of the demon. It says here, my brethren, have not the faith of our Mashiach with respect to persons. So if I'm over here having some serious doubts, but I don't want to leave because, oh my God, what if I don't have the Spirit? But then you know what? You're a respecter of person. All of you that cry to Nate the Snake, especially you women, oh man, y'all are totally blowing the guy. You might as well sleep with him, straight up. For if they come unto your assembly a man with a gold ring, or on a horse, in godly apparel, or on a horse, and there come also a poor man in vile raiment, like for example me, and this big beaner wetback don't know shit. Now you got also Chicloso saying he's blackety black, bro. He's calling himself a Negro, family. But he says me, who apparently I may look like him, he calls me a heathen. For there come unto you assembly a man with gold ring, purple and gold, IUIC, in godly apparel, all making it seem like, yeah, we got the truth, or that stupid ISUPK class. And there come also a poor man in vile raiment, and ye have respect unto him that weareth the gay clothing. Oh, woo. I didn't say it. Gotcha, bitch. The scriptures did. And say unto him, sit down here in good place. Listen, family, IUIC, all those camps, they always put their so-called captains and officers. Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Go, hey, go clean the bathroom. Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. Hey, go get the trash can. Man, I don't want to. Hey, you're out of order, Rock. You don't got the Spirit. That's it. We're kicking you out the camp. And then you go like a dummy. And ye have respect to him that weareth gay clothing. And say unto him, sit thou here in a good place, and say to the poor, stand thou there, and sit here under my footstool. And are ye not then partial in yourselves, and are become judges of evil thoughts? It's very pretty standard and satisfactory for me. I don't think I need more explanations. Deuteronomy 1:17, ye shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of the man, for judgment is God's, and the cause of that is too hard for you. Bring it unto me, and I will hear it. You see? So, hey, leaving my little so-called little me, right? You should listen to this matter. Oh, no, he ain't from a camp. Who is his leader? Nah, he's probably an agent. He don't know nothing. He's just a racist. And I commanded you at that time all the things which ye should do, not be a respecter of person. Respecter of person. So when you guys go around listening to these idiots, and you think, oh, it's because they're Judah. You don't know that, man. I'm telling you right now, they're not Judah. I'm telling you right now, they're not Judah. They haven't proved shit. They've only been teaching fake history. And I'm just proving it to you right now in Deuteronomy 28. How in the world can they be How come nobody ever tries to bother this channel and say, no, you're wrong, whatever, this and that, and like they say, this and that and the third. They can't say it. Because look, these idiots would go to Deuteronomy 23 and 3 and say, oh, you see, you're a bastard. You're a mamzer. So it says, Deuteronomy 23 and 2. As a matter of fact, let's go to 1 so I can give you in context what they're talking about, okay? And said, he that is wounded in the stones, or he that his privy members cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Meaning, if your testicles are destroyed, okay, or you don't have no, let's say, wiener, then you cannot enter into the congregation of the Lord because you can't produce. Okay, now that's 1. 2, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to this 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Now, in this translation of theirs, they go by, the Khazarian translation, and they say that's a mamzer. So that's a mongrel. Mongrel is a mixture of a dog. That's why when you call yourself stupid, like mestizo, I'm a mestizo. Are you a dog? Are you a mixed breed? Which is pretty stupid for these guys to say, oh, you're a mamzer, but yet the seed comes from the man. So then, well, why would that make you a mamzer? You would just be another nation, maybe? You know what I'm saying? Or if it comes from your seed, then it's not a mongrel because it's of the father. I mean, you guys so eloquently love running to this. Number 118, it says, and they assembled all the congregation together in the first day of the second month, and they decreed their pedigree after their families by the house of their fathers. Right? So the seed of the father. So this means that the way that our Creator looks at things is there's no such thing as you're half this or half that. You are full of one thing. You may look like another nation, but you're still that seed. So how can this be a mamzer, mongrel, or a mixed breed? Fopi, your ignoramuses. Why are you guys making it so easy for me? I'm embarrassing you with your own classes. Let's go back to Deuteronomy 23. Family, this is why it's very important that not only do you study well, but root yourself properly first before you go and expand yourself with other material. Because I'm going to show you something that it's funny that some people like to stretch their so-called knowledge and use some books, right? And then ignore what the actual books are saying. So I'm going to show this to you first. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation, right? So we know a bastard is so-called mixed or born of a Jewish father and a heathen mother. It's very rare to me to see this because I've showed you guys that we have laws that have to do with the spoils of war, right? Or if you actually, take the women and the children like scriptures would tell us to do sometimes. And if you want to mix with one of the actual slaves, that you actually we have laws that show us how to conduct ourselves with them, not just treat them as slaves. No. It says it clearly that if that's the case. So he's talking about young men in war, 20 years old, 21, that are not married. Okay? And we see this very clearly. The sons of Moses, the sons of Joseph, they were what? Are they mamzers? No. So let's explore this a little bit because it also says here, remember, first is talking about people that don't have testicles or their sausages are gone. Okay? Then it says here, an Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. It shall not enter into the, hold on, let me take this out. They shall not enter into the congregation, that shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Why? Is it because God, our Creator, Yahoo, doesn't want us to mix with them? No, listen, because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when ye came forth out of Egypt. And because they hired against the Balaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Hold on a second. So what it's saying is, listen, I don't want you to mess with these people. Not because, they taint your seed. No. Because they had an evil eye against you. An evil eye against you. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all the days of forever. Watch this. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou was a stranger in the land. Who was Manasseh and Ephraim's mom? I'm sorry. Yeah. Who was it? Joseph had Ephraim and Manasseh. Who did he marry? An Egyptian woman. And it says here, the children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation. So we see a distinction here of 10th generation, and then also third generation. And it says, don't abhor an Edomite, don't abhor the Egyptians, right? If you mess with them, well, you're going to have to go through some processes here, okay? Now, hold on a second. We're not done, though. But initially here it says, man, don't mess with these two right here. So first of all, it says, don't mess with a cut-off nutsack or a cut-off sausage. But what does this bastard mean then? How can it go from don't mess with, someone that's cut off in the sausage or no tenders, right, so to speak, like my kids say, to don't, like the mixed people they're done. Moabites. So who's this bastard here? Are you saying we're Ammon and Moab? But yet you hate Esau so much. But he's right here, your brother, if he supposedly is your brother. But now, this is from, and thank you, my brother, for giving me this information, because I know I had, looked into it, but you kind of told me at the right time. This is a book called the Septuagint. Okay, you guys have heard of this book many times. The Septuagint is a particular translation. Give me a second. Where's it at? A translation, because it went from Hebrew to Greek to every other translation. So now the reason I'm bringing this up is because if you look at the translations of, that's why I said earlier, I always told y'all, you better chew on the whole roll. You can't just pick and choose what books you want to read or which books to believe. You better take the whole scriptures, but you take your time. You don't rush. The Most High will give you, as time goes on, what you need at the moment that is done. If you rush, you fall. So check this out. I knew about this book, but I never bothered to look at it. Now, I knew that there was discrepancies in the translations in every single Bible, including King James. Yeah, because in King James in the Old Testament, it says that 70 came with Joseph, but in the new one, it says 75. Those are just one of the few. So now, again, I always stood ground that, hey, listen, I have the foundation. I do have the faith. Please, Father, just guide me to the right place. So now let's read. Okay? Let's read this Septuagint, which is the actual, like, back in, to almost 2,000 years ago. Okay? This is the translation. It went from Hebrew to Greek. This is not a translation. I mean, this is not an interpretation, because that's what the other Bibles became. This is a translation, meaning like almost word for word for what it meant from Hebrew to Greek. Some of it's going to be read a certain way. So that's why it says it, a translation, not an interpretation. That is a big difference. Okay? Which is what KJV and all these other ones that you guys are, oh, well, I don't want to read that. Well, guess what? Then don't read the Bible. I mean, those are just facts. Don't read the Bible. If you don't believe in the new, then that means you don't believe in the old. Because if you say the new has issues, well, guess what? So does the old. In every translation. So let's begin. It says here, now, Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1. Okay? So we read here what it means. He that is wounded in the stones and has privy members cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Verse 2, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. 10th generation. And then it says, a Moabite shall not enter because they were against you, blah, blah, blah. All right? Right? So check this out. So that's why you got to take everything, all the whole scrolls family, and you have to be patient. In your patience, ye possess your soul. That's why it says, read, study to show yourself approved unto our Creator, Yahweh, until it's time. Listen to this. It says here, right here. Let me magnify this. Okay, so you guys don't miss it, okay? Verse 1 of chapter 23, Deuteronomy. He that is fractured or mutilated in his private parts shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord. Okay? Verse 2. One born of a harlot shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
So this is what that word meant at that time, translated from Hebrew to Greek. Okay? Harlot. So I'll give you an example. I cannot remember if somebody could help me on this, okay? Well, let me read this real quick. Psalms 118 and 8. It is better to take full refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. Man, all Father, bro. You're a respecter of people. That's who they are. Okay. So now I don't remember which scripture it is. Leviticus, I think. It says here, yeah, I think it's for sure Leviticus. It's talking about marriage laws. So it says that, for example, in my family it happened. Okay, not my family, my brothers or sisters. I won't name names, but one of them had a baby with obviously my ex-brother-in-law. He left to the military. She cheated on him. Not just cheated on him, she got pregnant from the other guy. So that right there, scriptures say that she's a whore and that she must die because she was married and committed adultery. And on top of the adultery, she had a child with an adultering man. Which is why it's extremely, extremely not acceptable. Okay? That's what it actually means. Because I've showed you the definition of what mamzer meant, and usually, or at least I should say, that it was not a word used at that time. Just like negro, mamones, pendejos. Mamzer was not used in 2000, in the times of the Mashiach or the beginnings of Constantine, all of them fake religions. No, it was being coined in 1562. Where? Here in America. Why? From who? From these famous friends, you know what I mean? These two Pan-Africanists and Zionists. This is why they're pushing this family. Tag team back again. Check it a record. Let's begin. That's what you're trying to do. But you know what? It ain't gonna happen no more. So now let's go to the other page so you can see exactly what it's talking about. Watch this. It says here, the Ammonite and the Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord, even unto the 10th generation. He shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord even forever, because they met you not with bread and water by the way, when ye went out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor of Mesopotamia to curse thee. But the Lord thy God would not hearken to Balaam, and the Lord thy God changed the courses into blessings, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not speak peacefully or profitably to them in all the days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, because he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. If sons be born to them in the 3rd generation, they shall enter into the assembly of the Lord. You see this? Did he say if sons and daughters be born to them, they shall enter into the assembly of the Lord? No, he said sons, because it's of the Father. So now, let me not ignore this. So here's what we're gonna dissectify. Hold on a second. What is it? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna show you this real quick. You see, family, this is what I'm talking about, and we knew that it was gonna happen. You see, when you're dealing with people like this, okay. Let me show you. When you're dealing with people like this, all right. Jubilees chapter 10, verse 28. And guess what? We have an actual camp that wants to call you Mexicans, heathens, and mamzers. And they use Jubilees to prove a slight point, but they ignore the rest of it. Very interesting. Jubilees 10 and 28. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired at his portion into the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not into his land of inheritance, to the west, that is, to the sea. And he dwelt, to the west, that is, to the sea. West Africa. West Africa. West Africa. West Africa. Let me say it again. West Africa. Okay? And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, his papa. So you see, dummy, Ham and Canaan are pretty much hand in hand. So there is no difference between Ham and Canaan. So if you stood next to your daddy, I couldn't tell who it was because obviously you look like your daddy, dummy. Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, who have a little bit more logical mind and a little more understanding, you have settled in a land which is not yours. They respectfully know how their lot falls. But you, Canaan, you guys have no respect, only respect of persons. You have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted forever. Sedition means people that like to create agitation, people that want to do things based on rebelliousness. Rebellion is as witchcraft, family. We know that because I've showed you the scriptures. I'll show you real quick. I know it's 1 Kings 15 something. I think. Hold on a second. Rebel. Oh, my bad. I might have fun. Let me see. Maybe I get it here. Let me see. 15, 1 Kings. That's what's coming to mind. First key. I can't recall. I can't remember. But anyway, let me remind you of this though. I do want to remember this. Hold on. All right, hold on. Clearly, you are a rebellious nation. Clearly, rebellion is as witchcraft. And when you start bugging out, right? Hey, yeah, you bugging out. You must use the KJV only. One way to use those books. Yeah, well, it's funny that they say that because we're gonna see One West use it. But anyways, before we go here, here's what we're talking about. This is straight rebelliousness right here, family, and that's why it was just a matter of time that people go back to their spirit. And again, no matter how much you try, no matter, it's kind of like this. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it will always be a pig. Enjoy. Merry Christmas.
Shalom, 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 family. This your king and shepherd coming with a, I ain't gonna say another message day edification because we finna eat around here. It's Yahweh Shai day again, all right? We want to give all praises to Yahweh, Yahweh Shai. All praises due. We dedicate this day every time we come together. We dedicate the time that we come together to our son and brother that gave his life on the cross for the redemption of Israel. All praises. Before we get started, just want to bring out a quick precept. This is 1 Timothy 1:4. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter time some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats which the power have created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. For every creature of the power is good, and nothing to be refused if it be received with thanksgiving, for it is sanctified by the word of power and prayer. All praises to Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai. Let's give it up for the Father. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahweh Shai. 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 Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahweh.
Hey, isn't there a scripture that says not to do that, man? It says, don't be like those people, repetitive. Matthew, what is it? Matthew 4? Matthew 6, I'm sorry. There's a Matthew 6 on this one, man. It's got to be, man. You can't be doing that, man. It says, Matthew 4 or 5. Which is it? Listen, Lord's Prayer says, and when thou, Matthew 6:5, it says, and when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogue and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou prayest, enter into thy closets, and when thou shut down thy door, pray to the Father which is in secret. And it says here, let me skip this real quick. But when ye pray, use not vain repetition as the heathen do. What the hell is going on here?
All praises. All praises. All right. Peace and salutations to you, Royal House of David. I hope y'all wasn't thinking that we finna get out of here before I showed you the spread, right? We got to make sure these Pharisees is good and mad. So, Sergeant, take this. We in there? All right. We're going to show the spread. All right. What we got over here, mama? We got chicken wings. Got some white rice. Oh, yeah. Mac and cheese. I'm singing again, nigga.
Here you go.
Look here. You got me in there? You got me? Y'all see the knife? Oh. Y'all gonna love this. Look. One for the money, two for the Pharisees. Look here. We got 2 hams with extra glaze for you niggas. All right? Now, I'm going to get the first cut. Did you get it out? I want you to bring it in closer. Closer. All right? We want that. We want.
I told you, family. All praises, Yahweh. All praises, all praises, all praises, all praises. All thanks for the food. Hey, all praises, all praises, all praise. Shalom, all praise, double honors, Father. All praises, shalom, all praises, all praises. Oh, look at this. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Yahweh Shai. Happy Yahweh Shai Day. That's what they call. Oh, shoot. That's what they're calling it? Are you guys serious? Yo, you might as well just go. Dude, you guys are Christians. Straight up Christians. Christmas Christians to the fullest once again. Like I said, family, no matter how much lipstick you can put on a pig, it will always be a pig. Never change its ways. Because you know what? No matter how you try to condition people to be someone else, to try as hard as they can, like as hard as they can, right? They'll always be them.
IRS agents, and I'm going to line them up across the southern border.
They'll always be them, family. I don't know what the hell that was about. Hold on a second here. Bro, that's not the video, dude. What the hell's wrong with you? Here it goes, right here. Sorry, family. Trying to make a point.
Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need? You need.
Yeah, that's what they are. Christianity. All day, every day. Now we got BHI practicing this stuff. You know they'll be doing this too, family. I'm telling you. This is next for BHI, fam. They're doing it already on Passover. They're doing it already. All praise is due to the Father and the flesh. You're the dwelling here, earth, blah, 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 blah. Yep. We love it. The food looks good. Yahweh Shai, Tawada, whatever. All that. Listen, I'm not saying it. They are. So, also Chicloso, that's next for you. So, let's now move on to the whole Mamzer shit and see how stupid these people really are. Fat Albert is not an Israelite. Damn, I never knew that. Woo! Me either, bro. Matthew 23 and 5. Let me see what that is about. It says here, but all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments. And they love the uppermost rooms at feasts and the chief seats in the synagogues. And the greetings in the markets to be called men, Rabbi. This is IUIC and ICPK. Every high holy day, whatever. When they get together, supposedly high holy day for them, They do black market, they call it. The black market, they call it. You know what I'm saying? And then they got feast days, right? In the uppermost expensive rooms. They go to hotels, right? Right? They get all their garments, enlarge their borders of garments. They come in with horses and shit. All that stupid thing. Yeah, all of it. And now we got another set of idiots. So let's go ahead and slap these fools around, right? Let's listen into the stupidity. And look how they're going to actually fall into themselves again, because they're going to go to the book that we kind of showed who they are. But apparently, they're going to say something else. Ecclesiastes 1:15, that which is crooked cannot be made straight. That's very true. That which is crooked cannot be made straight. And that which is crooked cannot be made straight. And that which is wanting cannot be numbered. Woo. No matter how hard you try. No matter how hard you try, you're not his children.
I'm going to pull out the definition of man, and then we'll let you go ahead and go to Deuteronomy 23. So let me pull that up right quick.
Before we get off that chapter, man, we can keep on reading down and it gets serious. It actually
take the daughters of Israel, and he wanted the sons of Israel.
Watch, right? Check this out. So they're going to go to an explanation of what happened to Jacob and his daughter, Dila. Okay? So they're going to base it all off of that situation. They're going to use a book, and then I'm going to show you how they just completely ignored what he was talking about. Okay? So again, you are putting your own foot, your own Canaanite foot, in your Canaanite mouth. Let's go.
And Levi came unexpectedly to Shechem, and executed judgment on all the men of Shechem, and slew all the men whom they found in it, and the 4th month. And there carried off Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, into the house of Shechem.
That's the only reason why we're jumping to Jubilees.
We're going to go. So go ahead.
They're going to Jubilees, family. Yes, they're going to go to Jubilees. Believe it or not. Okay. So now watch what they go to Jubilees for. And then just ignore everything ahead and before. Okay. Or the scriptures. And clearly, this is all a narrative. It's clear that we know now what this is all about. Okay. Check it out.
Turn to Jubilees chapter 30. Because what we want to establish here is we want to show you that the Most High was not planned when it came to mixing. And even before the law, no mixing was already established. I mean, it was a no-brainer. So go ahead and go to the book of Jubilees.
He said, even before the law, no mixing was established. Right? This is how stupid they are, family. Genesis chapter 1, verse, I believe, 21. Let's go to... Okay, here goes. Verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowls of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over the creeping things that are creeping upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. Wait, I thought you said that there was no mixing prior to the commandments. Let's continue.
Chapter 30. And I want to show you something. All right.
Now, before we jump into to Jubilees chapter 30, I want you guys to understand this is just a more in-depth story about Dinah. That's all.
See what he said? The only reason they're going to Jubilees is because it's a more in-depth story about Dinah or Dilla or Dila. Okay. So they open Jubilees. So guess what? I'm gonna open Jubilees and slap it. Use these books to slap your dumbass wobble West African Canaanite faces with it. Let's go.
The only reason why we're jumping to Jubilees. This is just a more in-depth story about Dinah that's in Jubilees, but it's the same person. Okay, so I don't want anyone to think that we're trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes and go to stuff that people don't understand. Okay, this is just a more in-depth story of how Dinah went. Okay, Slakia, brother, go ahead.
All right, so let's start with verse 1, Jubilees chapter 30 and verse 1. And it says, in the first year of the 6th week, he went up to Shechem, Shalem, to the east of Shechem, in peace in the 4th month, and there carried off Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, into the house of Shechem, the son of Comer, and Shivi, the prince of the land. And they laid with her, defiled her, and she was a little girl, a child of 12 years old. So she was only 12 when that happened to her. Verse 3, and he besought his fathers and her brothers that she might be given to him to be his woman. And Yaakov and his sons were wroth because of the men of Shechem, for they had defiled Dinah, their sister, and they spoke to them with evil intent and dealt deceitfully with them and beguiled them. And I'm going to read this, and then we're going to explain verses 4 through 6. And Simeon and Levi came unexpectedly to Shechem, and executed judgment on all the men of Shechem, and slew all the men whom they found in it, and left not a single one remaining in it. They slew all in torments, because they had dishonored their sister Dinah. And thus let it not again be done from henceforth that a daughter of Yasharel be defiled, for judgment is ordained in heaven against them, that they should destroy with the sword all the men of Shechem, because they had wrought shame enough. And get this, and this is the part I want you to really see. It says, and Yahuwah delivered them into the hands of the sons of Yaakov. Now, why do you think that the Most High allowed them to be delivered into their hands? Because if you read earlier, because Shechem wanted to take, after that incident that happened, Shechem wanted to take the daughters of Israel, and he wanted the sons of Israel to take the daughters of Shechem. So the Most High wasn't having that. So that right there tells you how serious mixing is.
Hey, you know what, family? I'm actually done. I had said I'll run it until 9 p.m. my time, which is Cali, which means that's like 12 o'clock East Coast. I know I got brothers and sisters watching from over there, so I'm shutting it down now, family. Hope it was edifying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. You know, they always like to pick on people that they're not even really talking about those things. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, well, I'm like, well, shit, man, I'm right here. I've been showing this information for quite some time. You know, I don't run for nobody. And apparently they like to run from, you know, I don't know, from truth. Maybe that's what it is. But anyways, you guys have a good night. I'm going to play a couple songs and then we out. All right. I don't even know. What is it? Let's see that. What do we got going? Give me a moment. Hold on a second, fam. Sometimes I lose the days. Today is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try my hardest to do this class this Friday. Okay. We may have family, so I may not be able to. But I'll do my best to do it this weekend at least coming up. All right, fam. So take care of yourselves. Hope y'all, you know, do well throughout this week. Continue your, you know, enjoy your day off, and then, you know, do what we do best, man, which is get our shit done and go to work. Take care of your families, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, do your thing. Oh, thank you very much, brother. Good to see you here, bro. Soy tu padre, 6360. He says he's hiding because he knows not to show up out here in South Cal after disrespecting and dehumanizing us over the past year. You know, I never even had heard of that fool, bro. But I do know that he pushes that fucking BHI shit. He shows a lot of that ISUPK crap. And that's why I tell my people, bro, you guys are dumb by listening to them idiots. Because none of them push back, bro. You know, ISUPK knows he talks shit like that, and none of them push back. So fuck him. Let him know that I'm here. Let's see if he has the balls to debate me. I'm more than willing to do that. You know what I mean? I'll even go to his dumbass channel and shit. Usually it ain't fair, but man, I grew up in a hectic household. I can handle many voices at once. All right, fam. Hold on a second. Let me see what we got. Now that's it. Buenas noches. Cuídense, hermanos and hermanas, and hold on. Give me a moment. Really? Can you pause? Is that okay? All right. There you go. Good night.
Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number for everything? Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro.
¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them.
I can just smoke and the light some low.
I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day.
Call it with a mama soul, yeah.
¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor.
¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey,
I know I sit on no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day.
I live with a mama soul, yeah. Reggae man a mama warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man.
Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano.
Desde España, internacional, bomba clack you with the Lego. Not a really easy. No. You nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what? Tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a Rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Para pensar si hoy queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir. Escúchate, lucha, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Dame ya nago. Mi llorar frío. Antes de perder las formas, sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad Ya tú sabrás con lo que te conformas y yo con el super amor trae.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco. Tal vez viviendo poco a poco.
Take me so high, there's nobody low. You take me too high, there's no way to go. Así que let's go, vamos a bailar lento, sintiendo todos los movimientos de acá adentro. I won't let you down, thinking this moment of happiness right now, 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 now. El agua refleja el alma del que se aleja. Cuando te quejas, te retrocedes de atrás. No te pierdas, yo te perderás. Abre la puerta de tu portal que te arrastrarán en la profundidad del mar. Mar, me dejaste arrastrar. Ya ni siquiera ve la luz refleja. Solo un pelín interno en la oscuridad.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que
a dar fuego ahora que no nos va a quemar. Oh. Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby them, ribby them. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, mal comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. One I can get respect from Volume 8. My niggas on Volume 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright, alright, alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills. Criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills. Criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento que lo mismo.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.